Sort of Coming Chapter 1135. A home-cooked meal and home-brewed wine. During this period, Su Yuanxia used a long bamboo pole to pick up a piece of bacon hanging on the patio beam, then went to the vegetable garden to pick some green peppers, and fried a plate of green pepper ham specially for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan took a chopstick and said it was a little salty. Su Yuanxia asked him to go to the door and squat down to eat. At the dinner table, the girl in the mink hat lowered her head to pick up the food and said vaguely, "Mountain Master, Shema, I may need to go back to the wild world. I'll be busy with business and try to get back early." Chen Pingan calmly glanced at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was still sparring with Su Yuanxia and had his sleeves rolled up. The two brothers were so good there. This made Chen Pingan very angry. Besides drinking and practicing swordsmanship, what else can you do? You should know how to do it, but you don't know how to do it at all. Xiago raised his head, his cheeks bulging, and his smile remained unchanged. "Don't worry, it's just a private matter. The old rules are to not get involved in the grudges between the two worlds, and never to embarrass the Mountain Master and Master Bai." Chen Pingan had no expression on his face and kicked Xiao Mo under the table. Xiao Mo received the reminder from his young master and asked, "When will we leave?" Chen Pingan took a deep breath, almost threw the wine bowl over, and went to Qingming World to find his future. Xiago stretched out his hand and scratched his face. "After dinner, help me clear away the dishes and leave." Su Yuanxia narrowed her eyes and smiled. It was interesting. She was already a mountain qigong practitioner at a very young age, so why did she still have the emotions of a young girl? In the end, Xiago really cleared up the dishes and chopsticks on the table, and was busy in the kitchen for a while before saying goodbye. He walked to the door alone. The girl in the mink hat turned her head, smiled brightly, and reminded, "Mountain Master, get ready for hiking." "Stick ha." Chen Pingan hummed, "When I return to Luopa Mountain, I will go to the next mountain to chop bamboo." The girl in the mink hat nodded vigorously, turned around and walked towards the door, raised her arm and gave a thumbs up, shaking her head, "No." After thanking the dog for leaving, Chen Pingan sat on the steps and smoked a cigarette. Xiao Mo squatted aside in a daze, and Chen Pingan was too lazy to speak. Su Yuanxia lay on the wicker chair, shaking the cattail leaf fan and gently patting her abdomen. Chen Pingan was the first to break the silence and asked, "How's it going?" Xiao Mo said, "I still need to hand out a sword," as if to tell the world. The sword light will travel all the way through the 5 worlds, passing through famous mountains and rivers. Handing the sword itself is the way to achieve it, and when it is sheathed, it is the way to reach the 14th realm. Chen Pingan was puzzled. Xiao Mo explained, "It's not about showing off your skills. It takes such a sword to prove that you are a stranger in swordsmanship and you have indeed achieved a high and far sword." Chen Pingan immediately grasped the key. When the sword light passes through the 5 worlds, there will definitely be an expert with strong Taoist power trying to stop it. Xiao Mo nodded and said, "This move can indeed be easily regarded as a provocation by Taoist masters from all walks of life. Fellow Taoist Bixiao helped me make a rough calculation. In the 5 worlds, on Yuming Road, each has an expert blocking the sword, and the number is about 7 or 8. Chen Pingan frowned and asked, "If you fail to sheath your sword, does it mean that you have failed in Hedao?" Xiao Mo smiled and said, "That's not the case. According to fellow Taoist Bixiao, I have already crossed the threshold with both feet. Just because I am a sword cultivator, it is like the sword is blocking the door." Chen Pingan thought for a moment and asked casually, "Does Xiago know this?" "I thought I was asking an unnecessary question," but Xiao Mo shook his head and said, "She didn't ask that, so I didn't say anything." Chen Pingan was so angry with this answer that his liver ached, and he even said a few good words. Xiao Mo said aggrievedly, "Sir, if I were really an idiot, I would have handed you the sword in the outside dojo of fellow Daoist Bixiao. Chen Pingan's face softened a bit. There is still hope. Xiao Mo said softly, on the mountain, after Mr. Zhu reminded me, I already knew that the sword cultivator Bai Jing was very proud, so no matter she is Bai Jing or Xiego now, she doesn't know how to face a little girl whose realm is suddenly higher than hers. Mo. To be honest, she doesn't know how to deal with me in the future, so how can I know how to get along with her? So I thought of returning to Luola Mountain quickly so that I could ask the young master for a few tips. Chen Pingan said helplessly, you should ask the old chef. Xiao Mo was even more helpless and said, I asked, but Mr. Zhu said that he is a heartless person. How can he be qualified to teach an infatuated person any truth? To ask him about the love between men and women is to ask blindly. Chen Pingan knocked the cigarette pole against the steps, took out a booklet from his sleeve, and handed it to Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo flipped through it, looked at it carefully, and said, these written records of the landscape are not like those written by her. It seems that the young master has helped to polish them. Chen Pingan handed the manuscript to Xiao Mo again. Xiao Mo read it and said with a smile, this is hers. As a result, he found that the young master was staring at him fiercely. Xiao Mo was confused, had no idea where he had said the wrong thing. Not far away, Su Yuanxia gently flapped her cattail leaf fan and said with a soft smile, the two brochures are just general thoughts. They don't look alike. So, Xiaomo, you are wrong, very wrong. It's not that Zhu Lian doesn't understand the love between men and women. It's just that he knows too much, but he can't give you the most correct answer. People who see love too thoroughly often lose the ability to love others. Although I don't know how old Miss Xia is, what is it? Realm, but when it comes to who she likes, she has always been a girl who matches her current appearance and age. You think that the real book is Miss Xia's background, just like a country girl without makeup, natural she is simple and cute, carrying a bamboo basket and picking wild vegetables with her bare feet, leaving a series of shallow footprints in the fields. And the booklet that you feel is not her handwriting seems to be a straightforward girl who bought rouge and gouache. Don't be awkward. I turned to the mirror to dress up, and timidly walked out to meet the boy. It would be better if the boy turned a blind eye, but the girl would feel lost at most. If a young man insists on not saying a few words about anything, he deserves to be beaten. Xiao Mo suddenly realized, and then asked, Brother Su, what should I do now? Su Yuanxia tapped Xiao Mo with a cattail leaf fan, and laughed and said, I want to know what to do. Your sister-in-law is the one cooking today. Chen Pingan laughed out loud. Su Yuanxia threw the cattail leaf fan in the past and said, how could you be so good back then? You know nothing, but you only relied on your thick skin to deceive Ning Yao. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand to catch the cattail leaf fan, put away the dry tobacco pole, fell back to the ground, crossed his legs, gently swayed the cattail leaf fan, and felt the breeze blowing on his face. He smiled and said, it's a trick. Xiao Mo asked, Master. Old God Chen Pingan said, hurry up and catch up. Tell her that if you want to go to the wilderness, go together. If you are busy with business, do business. If you visit the mountains and rivers, visit the mountains and rivers together. Then speak to her sincerely. After you hand over the sword, let her help. Protect the way. Xiao Mo nodded, and his body turned into a rainbow and disappeared in an instant. Su Yuanxia asked curiously, can I catch up? Chen Pingan was not sure either, it depends on how sulky Xiego is. Su Yuanxia said, ordinary women in the market should be awkward for at least a few days, let alone a cheap practitioner with a firm Taoist heart. In the end, it felt like just a few blinks of an eye. Xiao Mo with the yellow hat and blue shoes appeared side by side with the girl in the mink hat at the door of the martial arts gym. Xiego put his hands on his hips and said, halfway through the walk, I suddenly remembered that there is nothing to do in the wilderness. It's so embarrassing that this happened. Chen Pingan and Su Yuanxia looked at each other. Why is the reason so lame? He is indeed a self-proclaimed dog. Su Yuanxia smiled and asked, I have eaten and drank wine. When will Master Chen Dashan leave? Chen Pingan said, the landlord's family has no surplus food. I think the business of the martial arts school is okay. Su Yuanxia waved her hand, gun. If you are busy with this or that, I won't say anything to you. Just don't forget to do the real business. Remember to send invitations to me and Zhang Shanfeng when the time comes. Chen Pingan stood up and stopped talking. Su Yuanxia smiled and said, when the time comes, the seats that Zhang Shanfeng and I will be seated in must not be too far away from each other, as we will lose face. Chen Pingan said, I haven't been to my hilltop yet. Su Yuanxia raised her hand and said, I will go, and I probably won't say hello to you. Maybe we'll leave tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, maybe a little later. In short, this old bearded ranger wanted to dedicate his last trip to Luoluo Mountain to his journey through the mountains and rivers. Chen Pingan walked over and returned the cattail leaf fan to Su Yuanxia. He hesitated again and couldn't speak. Su Yuanxia took the cattail leaf fan and said, after so many years of friendship, there is no need to tell Su Yuanxia anything that is not like Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan finally said nothing. Together they left the boundary of Xianyu County with their swords. On the way, Xiago said in his heart, Xiao Mo, it's rare to see the mountain master like this. How should I put it, at a loss to advance or retreat, and at a loss. Xiao Mo nodded and said, as for Brother Su, the young master has never been very impressive. The mountain owner still hopes that Su Yuanxia will go to Luolu Mountain in his heart, right? That's for sure. Xiago thought for a while and said, Mountain Master, I think Brother Su actually wants to go to Luopa Mountain. He just thinks you are not sincere enough, so he can't lose face and is unwilling to nod. Xiaomao felt dizzy after hearing this. Chen Pingan asked doubtfully, is this really true? Xiagoyan said with certainty, the Mountain Master believes in me. I am very accurate in judging people. Brother Su is a man in the world. He is the best face. It's just a matter of one or two solid words. Chen Pingan said helplessly, it's not like I haven't said similar words before. Xiago waved his hand, that's easy, just tie him up and go to Luolu Mountain. Chen Pingan hesitated and said, isn't it good? Xiagaheo said angrily, Xiao Mo is just here to do this. It's the same as robbing women to become village wives. It's the same principle as raw rice and cooked rice. I'll tie up Brother Su and take him to the mountains. I'll bear it when the time comes. I feel bad, just scold Xiao Mo with the mountain owner. Chen Pingan said nothing. Xiao Mo said from his heart, don't come up with bad ideas. Xiago rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Mo, you can't even tell. The mountain master has clearly acquiesced. After that, Xiago made up a reason to thank Go, saying that she saw a beautiful mountain at the foot of the mountain and wanted to whisper something to Xiao Mo. The owner of the mountain went first and they followed later. Shanju Qin said so. Xietzishi said yes, a break is better than a wedding, ha ha ha. Xiao Mo heard the gang talk between the two of them and always felt that it was wise for him to return to Luoluo Mountain as soon as possible. After that, Xiao Mo and Xiago returned to the Xianyu County Martial Arts Hall in the dark, and found Su Yuanxia who was resting with her eyes closed. One was in the 14th realm, and the other was in the Ascension realm. Together, they took a pure martial artist to travel far and wide. Of course it's a no-brainer. Chen Pingan stood at the gate of the archway of Jilin Peak, the main mountain, with his hands in his sleeves, looking forward to it. When the mountain master appeared, the Taoist priest Xianwei was just about to finish his work. Xiaomili came to the foot of the mountain to deliver a message to Grand Master Zhong, saying that the old cook had a late-night snack over there. Dian followed me to the mountain and had a meal. I was full of wine and food, and my stomach was a little full. It was just right to take a walk down the mountain, so I sat at the gate of the mountain for a while, sighing to myself, recalling the bitterness and sweetness. Now it is really I lived a magical life. Thinking of a book with many dog-eared corners, Xianwei would return to the study to review the past and learn new things. When the mountain master came, Xianwei had to put down the small bamboo chair, even though Chen Pingan said that he was waiting for someone, so that Xianwei did not have to stay here. The Taoist Xianwei had been a gatekeeper for such a long time and was very thoughtful. He said that he had nothing to do anyway and could just wait for the distinguished guests with the mountain master. The Taoist Xianwei was a little curious about who he was waiting for. It was rare for the mountain master to go out to entertain guests in person, but there were still a few times, but none of them seemed to be like tonight. It's like waiting for a pretty big shot. After a while, it was Mr. Xiaoma and Xie Zishi who came to the foot of the mountain with a group of people. Xianwei was a little confused. Why did it look like a kidnapping? Chen Pingan's eyes were full of smiles, but he complained, "Xiao Mo, what's going on? It's outrageous." Su Yuanxia said angrily, "That's outrageous. How about asking Xiao Mo to send me back to Xianyu? You can do it." Chen Pingan walked forward quickly, and Su Yuanxia raised her head and glanced at the mountain gate archway. Chen Pingan helped introduce Brother Su Yuanxia. Nian Jing, Taoist name Xianwei, is the new mountain master of Xiangshan Mountain. The Taoist priest Xianwei hurriedly greeted the distinguished guest. Su Yuanxia immediately returned the salute with clasped fists and said with a smile, "I have met the immortal captain." The immortal captain smiled and said, "I've heard about the name for a long time. Previously, the mountain master showed me a landscape travelogue. It was written with great literary talent. It described the peaks and pavilions as spring flowers on the top, as if they were in buns. It was lifelike and beautifully written. When writing about the turbulence of Kongsha Gorge, 9 characters, are used in succession, which ordinary people would not dare to think about or use. When writing about the trip to Zhishui and describing the climb to the top, it is quiet and motionless, with the Taishu space, the high sky. You're traveling together, you're so brave." Su Yuanxia's old face turned red, and she didn't know how to say a few polite words for a while. A white-haired boy appeared out of nowhere. He had a pen and paper in his hand, and he muttered, "We have traveled thousands of miles with each other. We have seen and heard everything. We have recorded everything one by one. We have described everything, and our wonderful pens have produced flowers." Chen Pingan took Su Yuanxia to climb the mountain together. Xianwei looked a little regretful and said, "Mr. Xiao Mo, the late-night snacks at the old cook's place were removed not long ago." Xiao Mo nodded and smiled, "Let's meet again tomorrow." Xianwei nodded, "This is a good thing. With Xiaoma together, tomorrow's midnight snack will be settled." Tonight, the old cook asked Zhong Qian if it is necessary to open the restaurant to Inyu Peak where Grand Master Zhong De teaches boxing tomorrow, so as to save you an extra trip. Zhong Qian was holding a toothpick in her mouth and said that after eating, she would live to be 99 if she walked 100 steps, so there was no need to bother her. It didn't matter if she walked a few more steps. The old cook smiled and asked, "Why don't I thank you?" While picking her teeth, Zhong Qian said that they were all good buddies, and if they didn't say a few harsh words, the friendship would be in the wine bowl and the vegetable plate. Lieutenant Xian watched and listened, worried whether the old cook would add anything to the meal tomorrow. "But if Xiaoma comes with us, it will be safe." Xiago said with a smile, "Xianwei, why don't you hurry up and give me a heads up when you see the second person enshrining you? Xian Wei smiled awkwardly. No problem, Miss Xia always likes to joke about pretending to be a Taoist priest. Xiao Mo frowned and said, don't be ridiculous. Xia Go yelped, as if his feet were sprained, and leaned towards Xiao Mo, but Xiao Mo stretched out his hand to hold down the mink hat, and the girl shook her head with bright eyes. On the other side of the mountain road, as they climbed up the stairs together, Chen Pingon kept raising his hand and pointing, probably telling Su Yuanxia about the situation of the peaks belonging to the Luoluo mountain vassal. The mountain owner was elated and proud, his eyebrows were flying, and he was high-spirited. The white-haired but straight-backed old man put his hands behind his back and pointed somewhere along Chen Pingan's hand, occasionally nodding and saying a few words. At the foot of the mountain, the two figures were getting farther and farther away, but their laughter was getting louder and louder. Previously, Deng Jianping was brought to Luopa Mountain by Xia Go. He threw it at the sword worship platform and ignored it. He just said that if he felt bored, he would go to Tiaoyu Mountain to find happiness. Standing on the sword worship platform on one of the vassal hills, Deng Jianping, holding a green bamboo staff, was a little confused. It would definitely not be appropriate to rashly find the person named Gon to worship. Soon a child in white walked out of a simple thatched hut, holding a purple sand pot in his hand, and asked in an old-fashioned manner, "Who is this sacred person?" Deng Jianping was a little embarrassed for a while. He always felt that when he arrived in the Luola mountain realm, he would say that he was the master's new disciple. The sword cultivator had just separated from the mountain master in Xianyu County, and it was Xia Zishi who sent him here. When Bai Xian heard about Xianyu County, he nodded. Now that I know Brother Su, he is definitely not a thief who is so bold as to sneak up the mountain. Now there are so many swordsmen who want to learn from Yin Guan, so I have to keep an eye on them. Deng Jianping became more and more ashamed. Bai Xian glanced at this young man with an unfamiliar face and asked, "Are you also a sword cultivator?" Deng Jianping nodded and said, "It's a sword cultivator." Bai Xian asked, "How old are you and what level you are at?" Deng Jianping replied, "You are the golden elixir when you are not confused when you are close to your age." Bai Xian glared and said, "That's right, what a big statement." Deng Jianping was speechless for a moment. Unexpectedly, the child raised his head and took a sip of wolfberry tea and nodded. "You are the golden elixir at such an old age, and your qualifications are indeed a bit lacking. It doesn't matter, hard work can make up for your weakness. Don't put pressure on me as a neighbor, which will lead to instability of Taoism." Deng Jianping was speechless. Bai Xian thought to himself and said, "Let me introduce you, my name is Bai Xian, Bai yes Bai, Yu Xian Xian." Deng Jianping could only remain silent. As a result, a figure came quietly and came to Bai Xian's side. As soon as he raised his hand and lowered it, it was a solid chestnut, which made Bai Xian howl. Deng Jianping was shocked. The girl got straight to the point and said, "Deng Jianping, are you master's new disciple?" Deng Jianping was speechless. Guozhuzhou smiled and said, "It's easy to guess. By the way, my name is Guozhuzhou. Like Bai Xian, we both come from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I am very close to you, Luzhou, Beiju. Now we are even closer to each other." Deng Jianping came back to his senses, holding the bamboo stick in his arms, lowered his head and clasped his fists. Deng Jianping has met senior sister Gua. Guozhuzhou raised his palm with his palm up and said with a straight face, "Junior brother, no courtesy." Bai Xian rolled his eyes. "Hey, I'm hiding." I never thought that Guozhuzhou didn't reward him with a chestnut and kicked Bai Xian away. He just protected the purple clay pot with both hands. Bai Xian swaggered down the mountain without forgetting to look back at Deng Jianping. He was so pitiful and pitiful that he became guizhigious. Junior brother. Guozhuzhou said, there are sword cultivators here at the sword worship platform. Did Guzi tell you to learn swordsmanship from Gontang? Deng Jianping had no choice but to take the initiative to ignore the term Guzi and nodded. Xietzishi has this plan. Guozhuzhou said, then I'll take you to Tiaoyu Mountain first to find the way. You can do whatever you want from now on. Deng Jianping immediately thanked him. Guozhuzhou laughed. This junior brother looked very similar to Scrofulariaceae and the others. Guozhuzhou took out a talisman sword from his sleeve and explained, of course you can use the sword as you like when visiting the hills of your home, but in addition, there is an unwritten old rule in the entire old Lizhu cave world. Monks control the wind. It is necessary to wear this sword talisman, and our genealogy monks in Luola Mountain are no exception. Deng Jianping started to express his thanks again. It turned out that the old deaf man had moved out of the sword worship platform not long ago and officially settled in Huaying Peak. He built a hut himself and brought in bedding. It seemed that Gan Zongfeng planned to stay here for a long time. Although the master here, the chief instructor, is Bai Jing in name, the real preacher is Gan Tang. There was no way Huang Feng lost so embarrassingly in that competition between the Qi master and the martial artist, and most importantly, it was related to whether the old deaf boy could learn some exquisite sword skills from Bai Jing. I have to admit that when it comes to cultivation, there are also different levels of geniuses. The old deaf boy thinks he can't compare to Xiao Mo, let alone Bai Jing. Generally speaking, when you reach the mountain, you will be completely different from the ordinary people outside the mountain. When the Qi practitioner goes down the mountain again, everywhere stands out. But the problem is that on the mountain, there are people who are practicing Taoism all around, and they are afraid of comparing things with others. It is easy for the Taoist heart to become unstable, and even the Taoist heart to collapse. There are many people there. How many people who are new to mountaineering and studying Taoism initially have aspirations higher than the sky, but as time goes by, they disappear into the crowd and become mediocre people with mediocre materials? How can they reach the top of the road? As time goes by, their Taoist aspirations fade away and their spirits are wasted. Almost exhausted, the form and spirit are as withered as old wood. If the old deaf boy is not in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the young Taoist is not in the 100,000 mountains, where can he be regarded as a hero? In Huaying Peak, today's old deaf boy has a serious expression, like the preacher who is sitting in the hall to give a lecture, and he starts to give some enlightened remarks. Everyone needs to know that there are 3 realms of practice. They are on the futon in the dojo. In a battle of wits, in a battlefield of life and death. Outside the house, there were actually 2 shameless martial arts practitioners from Yingyu Peak, Huaying Peak's rival, who were openly listening to the old deaf man preach at the door. The old deaf child didn't care about this trivial matter, and just focused on teaching the 3 realms to the strong and weak ones who were practicing Taoism. The old swordsman just gave a simple example, and the young girls were immediately fascinated. Just because the people mentioned by Gan Chongfeng, whether they are positive models or negative examples, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps. There were Beiying official Nan Shouqin, Firen, and the group of young sword cultivators from the Wilderness Jiaoshan account who were enemies on the battlefield of the Sword Qi Great Wall in the past. Jing Dafeng crossed his arms across his chest and leaned against the door. He couldn't be more beautiful. He smiled and waved to the house. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him for the time being. It's okay. Every girl pretends that she doesn't have Brother Dafeng in her heart, right? Thin-skinned, I understand. I recall those days when I was the shopkeeper of a wine shop in Feishing City. I had a handsome appearance and a humorous speech. There were many young and old girls passing by on the street who caught a glimpse of her. I wonder how determined I, Mr. Zheng, am to be able to maintain my integrity year after year. Jing Dafeng whispered carefully to Wen beside him, Brother Wen, after living here for a long time, you are still a little surprised, right? Wen replied carefully, if Brother Jing hadn't dragged me here with him, I wouldn't have dared to come here even to death. Wen carefully knew that Brother Jing was informal, but he never thought that he would take him to observe the preaching of the man who was willing to worship him. Although Wen Jingsheng already has the nickname Grandmaster when here in Luopa Mountain and is a close sibling to Zhong Qian, don't forget that Wen Jingsheng, who has a good background, is also a very serious Taoist priest of Lingfei Palace. Jing Dafeng rubbed his hands and smiled and said, from now on, I will be a guest at Lingfei Palace. Brother Wen, remember to be a good host. Don't be like Wei Bo and hide it, just like guarding against thieves. How could Wen Qingxin dare to agree to this casually? After all, Jing Dafeng is no better than ordinary people, and even a man like Wen Qingxin, who is known for being unruly, often feels inferior to himself. For example, Jing Dafeng always said that he watched Shan Zhuqian grow up with his own eyes, but he barely mentioned that he grew up with a handful of urine. Fortunately, there is also the white-haired boy who claims to be the composer of music, who often comes to Inu Peak to make trouble and expose the old man. The words are conclusive, well-founded and vivid, as if they were present at the time and saw and heard with their own eyes and ears. Even Jing Dafeng was not sure. Did I really steal such and such items from so-and-so's house, or eavesdrop on a fight in the bed at such and such a night? Jing Dafeng said for no reason, Brother Wen, have you noticed that you seem to be a different person? Wen was stunned when he heard the words carefully and was in a daze. Have it? When he thought about it carefully, he felt a little worried. Jing Dafeng raised his eyebrows sideways, flirting with the oldest and best-looking girl in the room, and continued chatting carefully with Wen. Is it refreshing and completely different? Or has he returned to his original appearance? It's like polishing bricks and turning them into mirrors. Those who say that you cannot become a Buddha by sitting in meditation will have the opportunity to make people realize it through words. It is of little use to tell you this truth. The principle of 1 inch of time, 1 inch of gold is said to the peasants whose face is closest to the earth, but to the cold window in the study it's different to study as a scholar. Wen Qingxin was actually not weak in talent and temperament, but he was still stunned by Jing Dafeng's words. A certain girl in the room gritted her teeth and started to complain. The old deaf child endured and endured, turned his head and looked at the door, and said in his heart, Jing Dafeng, you and Wen are just talking carefully for free. Don't disturb the students in the room. Wen carefully put his hand on his forehead. He had no shame in staying any longer and left first. Jing Dafeng gathered his voices as he walked, and said to the girl in the room with a playful smile, although the possibility is extremely small, I still have to say, if anyone bullies you, remember to tell Brother Dafeng. The woman in the room blushed and sighed softly. You're a scoundrel, you're a dirty person, you're shameless. Jing Dafeng held the back of his head with both hands, and his shoulders swayed, up and down, swinging beside Wen Qingxin. Wen carefully asked, Brother Jing, is it possible that you have a relationship with the woman in the house? Jing Dafeng laughed and said, we are two frivolous sluts. Which girl would have a relationship with us because of her failure in her previous life? Wen carefully said helplessly, that's not what you said. Just scold yourself, don't take me with you. Jing Dafeng thought to himself and said, Brother Wen, you know very well that we are very compatible. Wen carefully smiled bitterly. The only thing he knew clearly was that Xin Yuanji, who also taught boxing at Inu Peak, originally regarded herself as an arrogant person. Just because she was familiar with Jing Dafeng, Xin Yuanji felt that she was an inexperienced person. A useless libertine. Wen Qingxin was very unjust, and he had no wrong thoughts towards Xin Yuanji. Jing Dafeng thought of the embroidered tiger, and then naturally thought of playing chess, and said, let's talk about a game, and enjoy a little gambling. Deng Jianping followed Guozhujiu and landed at Huaying Peak. Guozhujiu stood outside the door and said in his heart, old deaf boy, his name is Deng Jianpain. He is my master's new disciple. He will come here often to listen to classes in the future. Please give me a seat. The old deaf boy was reluctant and nodded. Guozhuzhou said, it's Xiaogo's suggestion to come here to listen to the class. The old deaf child looked at Guozhuzhou. Guozhuzhou seemed to be smiling, but the old deaf child smiled awkwardly. Guozhuzhou said something before leaving, which made the old deaf child feel complicated again. It's good to think of this place not as Luopa Mountain, but as the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old deaf man didn't say anything, and sighed inwardly. The young sword cultivators who lived in the summer palace were really more skilled than the other. Deng Jianpain first bowed to the person offering sacrifices, and then quickly sat down in the corner. There was no extra futon, so he sat on the floor, put a hiking stick across his knees, and said quickly in his heart, listen to the teachings of your predecessors. The old deaf boy nodded. He was not young, not high level, and had average qualifications, but he was a man of etiquette. Continuing with the lecture, I have to say that preaching to an old deaf child is indeed more useful to those monks than a certain chief instructor. At least you can understand every word. On the white jade railing at the top of the mountain, Xiaogo sat next to Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was silent for a long time and said, you are afraid that I will reach the 14th realm. I am also a little worried. If you don't care so much, I don't have to worry. Xiaogo regained his true appearance, shook his legs, looked forward, pretended to be surprised, and said with a smile, it doesn't sound like what Xiao Mo would say. Who taught you? Xiao Mo shook his head and said, no one teaches me, it's just what I think from my heart. Bai Jing narrowed his eyes and smiled, then I will take it seriously. Xiao Mo said, it's best to take it seriously. A little girl in black, carrying a cotton bag crossbody, was returning from a patrol in the back mountains. She happened to come around the old mountain shrine temple in White Jade Square. When she saw this scene, she was stunned for a moment. What should she do? Mr. Xiaomo couldn't follow her. A woman you know. Does this count as what the book said about me being intimate with each other before the flowers and under the moon? There is no misunderstanding, right? What to do, should I tell the dog? I told Guzi, what should I do with Mr. Xiaomo? Xiaomi Li had an idea and thought of it. He quickly closed his eyes and walked backwards, thinking silently in his heart that he saw nothing and looked at nothing. After just a dozen or so steps, Xiaomi Li circled back to the back of the hall, squatted down, frowned, scratched her face hard, and began to feel worried, feeling sad for Guzi. A voice rang in my ears, Protector Zhou, Mani. Xiaomi Li was startled and turned around blankly, huh? The girl in the mink hat stretched out her finger and hissed, don't make any noise, I'm trying to catch someone. Xiaomi Li tilted her head and said bitterly, huh? Huh? It's really dark and windy tonight, and the world is dangerous. It would be nice if the good mountain master was here. Xiao Mo said angrily, don't scare Xiaomi Li. Xiaogo hugged Xiaomi Li, rubbed his face, and laughed, Xiaomi Li is so generous. Xiao Mo explained softly, Xiaomi Li, the woman you saw just now is one of Xiaogo's true appearance. Xiaomi Li was relieved, laughed loudly, gave a thumbs up, and said in praise, Guzi, you are really tall. Xiaomo is confused, Guzi. Xiaogo pulled Xiaomi Li and stood up, let's go and listen to the class. Our mountain master just accepted a disciple, and he was mistakenly accepted as a disciple over there in Ganbangbang. Xiaomi Li was a little nervous and asked carefully, how old are you and how tall are you? Xiaogo grinned and said, tall, young man, he is a swordsman. Xiaomi Li scratched his face, Haid, picked up the green bamboo stick, come on, Guzi, let's take a look. Xiaomo smiled gently and followed the chattering girls. At the dojo teaching at Huayin Peak, As soon as Xiago arrived, there was Xiao Mo, not to mention Zhou Mili, who was enshrined as the guardian of Luola Mountain. Old deaf children are inevitably nervous, and all the Taoist monks here are even more helpless. I heard that the mountain owner is currently in retreat at Fuyao foothills. In the entire Luopa mountain, Zhou Zongfeng is the only one who can come and go freely. In fact, the one who was most nervous was Xiaomi Li, who was sullen. Xiao Mo and the others walked to the end and took out 4 futons. As soon as Xiaomi Li sat down, he let out a long breath. Xiago sat cross-legged and waved his hand, telling the wooden man to stop being stunned and continue to preach and teach us swordsmanship. The old deaf boy had just glanced at Xiao Mo, and now he was finally able to calm down. There was another figure in green shirt at the door. The visitor just smiled and said, "Excuse me, continue teaching." The old deaf boy had a sad face. "How can you teach here if you are here?" Deng Jianping, who was an apprentice and valued etiquette, could not compete for the second seat. She had already hurriedly wanted to give up the futon. But Chen Pingan just sat casually next to Xiao Mili, with his hands in his sleeves and a smile on his face. The old deaf boy played a clever trick and asked tentatively, "Why don't you, Lord Yinguan, give a lecture in person and tell you the many details of the fight with the Jia Xinjiang sword cultivator?" Chen Pingan counterattacked an army. "Why don't we first elaborate on the internal fight between Huaying Peak and Yingyu Peak? Why did a group of mountain cultivators lose to martial arts practitioners?" Xiago clicked his tongue. "It's too tragic to look at, unbearable to look back on, outrageous, heartbreaking." Xiao Mili lowered his voice and said, "Guzi, aren't you the master coach here?" Xiago sighed. "They are all willing to teach. I am just a fill-in and don't teach much." Xiaoma had no choice but to stand up and said, "Let me explain why you lost." Su Yuanxia settled in Luola Mountain. Zayamili is responsible for entertaining guests and accompanying them on tours. Perhaps the person who admires this big bearded hero the most on Luola Mountain is the big water monster of Dumb Lake. Su Daxia can write travel notes, and I happen to have a lot of landscape stories. So every morning early in the morning, the little girl in black works as a doorkeeper at the door. Chen Pingan took a trip to Fuyao Island. Gu Kan chose Chuanjiao Mountain on the Fuyao Island side to host the sex celebration, but it was quiet and no news was leaked. Even if Gu Kan didn't hide her words in person last time and complained that Chen Pingan was a busy man, Chen Pingan would definitely participate no matter how busy he was. After changing his appearance, Chen Pingan arrived at the not unfamiliar Jinqi ferry in Fuyao Island. By chance, he met 2 acquaintances in the bustling city. He didn't need to be sharp-eyed at all. It was really difficult to pretend not to see him. Pavilion Master Lu in pink robes was chatting with several young female cultivators, and they seemed to be having a lively conversation. Next to Lu Qiqing was the bored fellow Taoist Long Bo, who was certainly not the former #1 martial artist in the world. Zhang Tiaoxia is Chai Bofu, who was born as a wild cultivator in Aquarius continent. To a certain extent, he is also an old golden elixir, who can compete with the young hermit official. Chen Pingan walked over and kicked Lu Sabao on the butt. Lu Qiqing was shocked. He turned around and looked around. He was stunned and quickly recognized Chen Pingan's identity. He reached out and grabbed the latter's arm. He was very happy. "We 2 brothers really have a tacit understanding." Chai Bofu quietly moved his steps. Chen Pingan suppressed his curiosity and refused to ask about the current state of Taoist monk Long Bo. Lu Qiqing said, "Tomorrow is the ceremony. Should we stay here at the ferry tonight, or should we go directly?" Chen Pingan said, "Should I pay?" Lu Qiqing complained, "We talk about money as soon as we meet, which really hurts our feelings." The female cultivators were more curious about this person's identity. Of course, Lu Qiqing would not be stupid and revealed Chen Pingan's identity. He just agreed on a date and place with them, and they would go to visit a nearby place together. After they left with smiles on their faces, Chen Pingan asked, "Didn't you recognize your identity?" Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Lu is walking around the rivers and lakes, among the flowers. He never relies on famous teachers to win the hearts of beautiful women. He only relies on his talent, appearance and sincerity to win the heart." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Don't rely on the name but rely on the senior brother." Lu Qiqing smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, his brother was nowhere to be seen. How about someone else saying such stupid things? Chai Bofu dared to say something. "Master Chen Shan, Master Lu Pavilion, please continue chatting. I just saw something interesting in the shop. Let's take a look at it when I get back." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Longbow, you can do whatever you want." Lu Qiqing originally wanted to mention a few words about the Chai Bo talisman, but you have too little discernment and are still from the same hometown. But that guy's figure was like a fish swimming through the crowd, and he disappeared in an instant. With Lu Qiqing around, others would always give way when walking on the road. Even if you can't recognize Pavilion Master Lu from Baidi City, just because he dares to wear such eye-catching clothes when going out, he is definitely not an easy person. He either has a realm or a backer. Chen Pingan asked in his heart, "Gu Kan, is this the upper sect or the lower sect?" This is also an interesting thing. Baidi City is going to create two sects at the same time. Who is the upper sect and who is the next sect? Jing Juzhong did not make any statement and let the two disciples decide for themselves. Lu Qiqing smiled and replied, "It's the lower sect. After all, Fu Zi is Gu Kan's senior brother. Gu Kan doesn't care about this kind of thing. Although Fu Zi doesn't say anything, he still cares about it in his heart. Gu Kan doesn't have to do it for a little bit. The false reputation makes him feel grudge." Chen Pingan said, "You can't say it's just a false name. The difference between the two sects is not just a little bit different." Lu Qiqing was extremely proud and said, "Under the Baidi City Taoist tradition, there is no difference. It is impossible for Fu Shi and Shangzong to control the lower sect, and Gu Kan and the lower sect do not need to offer anything to the upper sect." Chen Pingan said angrily, "I can't tell you this." Lu Qiqing laughed and said, "Indeed. After a long time, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Whether there is a difference or not, I don't have to say." Lu Qiqing said, "Senior Sister Han is very attentive. Before the retreat, she had already given me a sum of rain money. From now on, I will be in charge of you regarding selling books." Chen Pingan frowned and said, "Isn't it appropriate?" Lu Qiqing said angrily, "Chen Pingan, what you said is unreasonable. I'm not greedy, and I can't do anything to make profit from it. Besides, we have known each other for many years. What kind of person and character do I have? You're not familiar with it yet. For example, Lu Qiqing has always been responsible for taking care of Beidicheng's continuous revenue sharing from Kaiyunpu. Didn't he handle it properly? Previously, he was suppressed by the great heavenly master of Longhu Mountain and kept in Aquarius continent for thousands of years. When Lu Qiqing returned to Baidi City, he discovered that there was no one in charge of this money. It was simply a mess. But Lu Qiqing was so moved that his senior brother valued him so highly. It seemed that Baidi City would be able to function without him, but in the end it was a fly in the ointment. According to Lu Qiqing's understanding, to be relied upon, a person who is relied upon must rely on his ability. But who to value is a matter of personal preference. Lu Qiqing felt that he was someone valued by his senior brother. Besides, when has senior brother ever relied on anyone? Something that is simply not needed. The contemporary great celestial master of Longhu Mountain, Xiao Tianlai, personally came down from the mountain, brought the celestial master seal and the immortal sword, and suppressed Lu Qiqing in Aquarius continent for 1,000 years. All fools know that a person who has achieved perfection in the ascension realm will teach a lesson to someone who is in the jade purity realm. Do you need to mobilize forces like this? Sword of Coming Chapter 1136. Chen Pingan said, on the way here, I saw the whole view of Jinqueching. Gu Kan smiled and said, it's also taking root on the ground, which is better than our Liju cave. Chen Pingan nodded and said, Mr. Zheng wants to be more free. Gu Kan said helplessly, I just mentioned it casually because of my feelings. Chen Pingan said, me too. Lu Qiqing watched from the sidelines, and it was rare for a talkative man to be so quiet. There is no way, one is senior brother and the other is Mr. Qi, both of them must respect each other sincerely. When the seal of the talisman array was loosened, Lu Qiqing was able to escape by chance. At first, he was still very motivated. He wanted to achieve something in Aquarius continent. He just got up from where he fell, so that his senior brother, whom he had not seen for many years, could feel at ease. 1 or 2. I didn't know the depth at that time. I thought I was sure that there was no expert on the Aquarius Island mountain, and a jade Pu realm was enough to walk sideways. As a result, Lu Qiqing wanted to accept Chen Pingan as a disciple in a deserted temple. He never thought that the young man and he were the same people, both had backers and senior brothers. Speaking of which, when Lu Qiqing mentioned the story of Aquarius continent 2 or 3 to his nephew Fu Shi, who had never had a good face with his uncle, his eyes changed. Chen Pingan asked, what is the sales prospect of the robes woven by Jinqueching? Hearing the implication of Chen Pingan's words, Gu Kan said directly, I don't want to deal with the Confucian temple yet. It turned out that one night, in a flat and open place on the boundary of Chuanzhou Mountain, a huge city rose from the flat ground. It could be called majestic, with precious light overflowing and colorful, and the night was like day. It turned out that inside Jinsui City, it was like hundreds of genealogical cultivators who had fallen into a situation where the Tengu was eating the sun, and finally saw the light of day again. The majority are female cultivators, accounting for 78 out of 10. As soon as they went out, they realized that the world and the sect's genealogy had been changed. Apart from being shocked, they also felt a sense of relief, and then they were extremely happy and looked forward to the future. Savage monks are born to be strong. Whether it is the 5th realm, whether it is the 5th realm, whether it is the Ascension realm, whether it has ascended, whether it is the great demon of the throne, are all the most reliable truths. Jing Juzhong was able to move Jinsui City to Haoren during the battle between the two worlds. He was worthy of being the first person in the magic way. Gu Kan hesitated for a moment and said, there are still dozens of monks inside Jinsuiqing. Their Taoist hearts are stirring and they are connecting with each other. They want to contact the wilderness. Jing Qingjia noticed the clues and took action himself, killing them all. Chen Pingan was non-committal. Lu Qiqing was speechless. The Taoist fellow from Yuanhu looked delicate and charming, and her voice was soft and waxy. Unexpectedly, she was so ruthless. No wonder she was brought back to Haoren by her senior brother. She did have merit. Chen Pingan asked curiously, how did you convince Oriole Island Zhongsu? Old Yuanying Zhongsu, as one of the few local snakes in Shujian Lake who could compete with Zhenju and Zhejiang in the past, was independent, which made the style of Oriole Island different from other islands. Logically speaking, Zhongsu should not pay attention to Gu Kan. People with different principles should not work together. Gu Kan replied, the only way to deal with such a stubborn person is to dig deep into your heart and treat others with sincerity. Chen Pingan was too lazy to ask for details and asked, will he be the master in charge? Gu Kan nodded and said, Zhongsu manages people, disowns relatives, and has clear rewards and punishments, which is just right. Xing Qingjie manages money. Spending and making money are her and Jin Qiqing's responsibilities. Liu Yuzhou holds the title of deputy sect leader, and can manage everything. You can ignore everything. Eugene serves as the chief minister, just for show, and will be more leisurely. The maid Gu Lingyan has a slightly more important status, the second in command of the Zhanglu lineage, serves as the chief officer of the survey department, and will also be in charge of etiquette for the time being. The rest of the people, the old people of Baidi City, also gave the official status of a certain department and the seat of the ancestral hall. The sect generally has this structure. Chen Pingan said, at the beginning of the establishment of the sect, it is already a good start to have 3 immortals at the same time. In terms of top combat power, although you are the lower sect, you have already surpassed Fu Ye's upper sect. In addition to Han Xiaosa, a fairy who has ascended in seclusion and attained enlightenment. The Taoist name is Yuan Hu, and Jing Qingjia was given the surname Jing Juzhong. Naturally, this female fairy from a wild background will also serve as the city lord of Jinsui City for a long time. Eugene, a ghost who has fallen into the immortal realm. As a native of Fuyao continent, Eugene belongs to revisiting his hometown and returning to his hometown in rich clothes. Don't look at Gu Kan and say that Eugene is a chief on paper. As the first person in Howren's history to almost complete a continent. Even if Eugene was thrown the idea of a unified emperor, a great talent, a great strategy, and an ambitious one, he would be able to accept it. The story begins with a shabby boy in straw sandals, accompanied by a boy in blue and a girl in a pink skirt. Moreover, the mountain temple had not yet been moved at that time, and the host and guest were ambiguous. They had been close neighbors who had not interacted with each other for a long time. Gu Kan shook his head and said, Senior Brother Fu is also secretly recruiting troops. He has never been idle in the wilderness. He is very ambitious. He probably won't accept some rotten fish and shrimps. Instead, he will deliberately reduce the number of people in the genealogy, so as to attract more monks in the upper 5 realms. Liu Qiqing was finally able to interject, as the founding disciple of my senior brother, this status is still very attractive. In addition, Fu Shi himself is a promising swordsman. His temper is a bit arrogant, but as long as he is willing to eat him, those who act like this are definitely not ordinary people. Chen Pingan said, I forgot to ask you the name of your sect. Gu Kan said, it's called Fuyao sect, which is rather tacky. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Liyuan Academy and so many local sects and immortal mansions don't have any objections. Liu Qiqing said without thinking, there is a Tongya sect in Tonggishao. Noticing that Chen Pingan and Gu Kan were both looking at him, Liu Qiqing smiled awkwardly and said, treat me like a child. Gu Kan continued, what opinions can there be on the mountain? If Sheng Zhezhong's disciples founded a sect, they would be surprised if it was not called this name. What's more, there were several Fuyao sects in the history of Fuyao Island who ended up with the same name. None of them are good. I think the name is too big to catch this good fortune. One of the Fuyao sects was the leader in Izhou Mountain who was supported by Eugene when he became emperor. When the dynasty fell and the country was cut off, he couldn't pass it. Within a few days, the sect was torn apart. Not long ago, Eugene mentioned this matter and cried bitterly, saying that it was a sacrifice for his country. The female national preceptor who was his childhood sweetheart and confidant was so beautiful. It looks good. But I checked the files, and Eugene didn't tell the truth. Gu Kan said this and asked something with his eyes. Chen Pingan said, I don't know anything. Liu Qiqing was puzzled and asked a riddle. Gu Kan already knew the answer. The female swordsman Song Pin from Jinjiazu is most likely the reincarnation of that woman. That's why she was able to get the ownership of the long sword Fuyao. The reason why Eugene was willing to join the Fuyao sect was probably because of her. Gu Kan laughed for no reason and said, In the past, the Zongzita sect always dreamed of having an ascension realm sitting on the top of a mountain, and they didn't dare to expect more. Except for the divine continent of Middle-earth, if a continent can have 2 or 3 ascension, it means that it has deep luck and outstanding people. It's better now. Lu Qiqing couldn't stop laughing. If a sect wants to discuss the number of monks in the 14th realm, they can talk to Lu Qiqing for a few more words. Chen Pingan reminded, eat the food 1 bite at a time. Gu Kan said, time waits for us not. Chen Pingan said, you have a great future, why are you in a hurry? Gu Kan suddenly said, I used to be ignorant and unaware of Yunba's treacherous plot on the mountain. Now that my horizons have opened up, I will never allow myself to become Xinglo in the world of Qingming. Chen Pingan was silent. Lu Qiqing was like falling into the clouds. Gu Kan said, the current imperial master of the Jin Pu dynasty is a direct disciple of the Qing Palace Taibao in Liuxia continent. His name is Gao Gong. When I was discussing business with Emperor Hong, Gao Gong was sitting next to me and was very nice to me. He is polite and a little too attentive. It can be seen that Emperor Hong has great trust in this new imperial advisor. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Gao Gong spent some time in Luopa Mountain with his master Jing Hao. I guess Chen Lingjun took him to Mubadal Ali. Lu Qiqing murmured in a low voice, his master who is a master of high cultivation is just a time-honored master in the Ascension realm. How can he compare with your master Gu Kan? This courtesy cannot be attributed to Qin Shanzhu. Brothers will settle the accounts clearly and return to the same place. 1 yard. Gu Kan smiled softly, since when have Master Lu and Chen Pingan become better brothers than Jin Jin? Lu Qiqing started to act like his uncle. Gu Kan, don't smile like that, you look like a villain. Gu Kan squinted over, oh. Chen Pingan couldn't help but laugh out loud and joked, fellow Taoist Lu is really making a joke at the risk of his life. Gu Kan, who wanted Lu Qiqing to have a better memory, also started laughing. Gu Kan asked, you came alone? Chen Pingan said, there is also Xiaoma, Xiago, but we came by night boat. Lu Qiqing mistakenly thought that he heard wrongly and asked, thank you for what? Chen Pingan said angrily, dog. Lu Qiqing laughed heartily. He was not making fun of this fresh and refined name, but he just remembered a certain saying about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which seemed to be seen from a distance or up close. Chen Pingan smiled and said, fellow Taoist Lu has met with the second-in-command of my family. You can call her a bitch, but you don't have to see her outside. Lu Qiqing was doubtful and asked, trick me? Chen Pingan's face was full of surprise, can you guess this? Lu Qiqing sighed. Who could have imagined that a pedantic and old-fashioned boy back then would become what he is now? Chen Pingan asked with a smile, now that everyone has achieved enlightenment and ascended, are you not in a hurry? Lu Qiqing's face was full of sorrow, why are you not in a hurry? You are as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and your heart is burning with anxiety. If you say you are not in a hurry, you appear to be unmotivated. In fact, Lu Qiqing was not in a hurry at all. The master came out again. Senior brothers are all in the 13th realm. Now that even the 2 nephews have founded a sect, the one person in the world who does not need to worry the least is Lu Qiqing. Lu is a person who was born to enjoy happiness. You, Chen Pingan, have a hard life, how can you compare with me? While walking and chatting, Lu Qiqing felt like he had forgotten something. In a mountain shop where a second-hand dealer sells talismans and spiritual weapons, the shopkeeper looked up again and glanced at the guy who was fussing around but not paying. The shopkeeper reminded, Sir, the shop has rules. If you don't buy it, don't touch it. The man replied, I have money in my pocket. I will pack the items together after I have picked them out. The shopkeeper laughed angrily and said, then you should pay for it. The man said, "You have to be patient when opening a business." The shopkeeper was furious. "I'm here in Jinchadu, how do I do business? Do I still need you to teach me?" Unexpectedly, the man said, "To be honest, the entire Jinchadu is now the territory of our sect." The shopkeeper was amused. "I never heard that Emperor Hong of our Jinpu dynasty has a son as old as you." The man said, "Is it possible that I am his father?" The shopkeeper was obviously choked by these words. With such a wild approach, he must have come from a Shanzi cultivator who would be eaten by wild dogs. You guessed it right, Chai Bofu was indeed a wild cultivator from Aquarius continent. He called himself Long Bo, and he was a senior brother and sister to the Su family woman from Qingfeng City. It's just different now in the past, it belonged to the immortal master genealogy. It can almost be said that Lu Qiqing has never seen such a person who can take advantage of the situation and avoid disadvantages. As long as Chai Bofu sees that the opportunity is not good, he will really have no shame at all. I have to admit that Chai Bofu is a good player no matter how bad he is or when he is good. Practice makes perfect when it comes to falling into trouble. Although my level is not high now, my foundation is solid. This time, when his colleagues congratulated Gu Kan, Lu Qiqing was extremely curious. After going back and forth between the Jindan and nascent soul realms so many times, when did he reach the upper 5 realms? At that time, Chai Bofu felt aggrieved, his eyes filled with resentment. "I want to know too." Chai Bofu still has half a sentence. "I dare not say it until I die. Please ask your senior brother for help." Lu Qiqing patted fellow Taoist Long Bo on the shoulder and told a casual lie to encourage Chai Bofu to prevent Chai Bofu from getting upset. "Don't be discouraged, fellow Taoist. For the sake of friendship, I will make an exception with you and reveal the secret. In other words, my senior brother is using you to observe Taoism." Since the golden elixir and Yuanying are collectively referred to as earth immortals, there is naturally a great deal of knowledge between the two realms. Chai Bofu seemed to be woken up from a dream by a word, and he suddenly realized it. Tears filled his eyes. Without saying a word, he knelt down and kowtowed towards the direction of Baidi City, making a banging sound. Lu Qiqing was surprised. Could it be that he accidentally discovered the truth? In fact, Chai Bofu didn't believe it at all, and felt miserable. He had just returned to the nascent soul realm a few days after leaving home, and he still hadn't covered himself with heat. "Lu, you said that, what else can I do besides kowtow to Mr. Zhang and say thank you?" Lu Qiqing was talking nonsense, Chai Bofu didn't believe it at all. But the fact is that Jing Juzhong of Baidi City does have this intention. He wants to redefine the term Earth Immortal for the cultivation of Taoism in the world. On a peak of Chuanjiao Mountain, the old Jiangzhen nunnery has become a relic. Jing Qingjia opened a cave here as a mountain dojo outside Jinsui City. The mountains and rivers are quiet and it is a great place to escape the summer heat. Jing Qingjia has a cold personality. Even though she has recruited a number of direct disciples, there are still not many who can truly fall into her eyes, making it difficult for her to trust the Taoist lineage. There is only one exception, Zhai Guangyun, and only this proud disciple can visit the former site of Jiangzenan. Zhai Guangyun is not very old and has not yet reached the level of nascent soul. He is unable to use his magical power to view mountains and rivers. Therefore, he tried his best to see the general outline of the Golden Ferry Crossing. Master Yin Guan has such a good relationship with Sect Master Gu. You will definitely attend this ceremony, right? Otherwise, the brotherhood and the morality of the world will not be justified. Jing Qingjia had a headache. Sect leader Gu did go down the mountain today, but who Gu Kan was going to see and who could guarantee anything? Zhai Guangyun was an admirer of the young hermit official. The last time I went to Aquarius Island to see Gu Kan, as a guest at Luapa Mountain, Jing Qingjia shook her out of her sleeves. But she didn't dare to let her meet Chin Pingon for fear of causing complications. As long as you have never been to the wild world, you will never know the transcendent status of the young hermit official there. Especially the demon monks who have been to the vast world and returned to the wild world have made many breakthroughs on the battlefields of several continents. Now there are many young geniuses who have gradually become the backbone of the wild world. This group of demon monks, without exception, was deeply impressed by the bright red figure on the half-section of the Sword Chi Great Wall. Zhai Guangyun said, "Master, Sect Master Gu seems to be a scholar. He is very skillful in handling people. Following such a person is like taking a reassurance." Jing Qingjia made a pun and said with a smile, "It does look like it. If you really regard Gu Ken as a serious scholar, you would be totally wrong. The mineral vein of Chuanzhou Mountain is a treasure mountain in the literal sense. Although repeated surveys have shown that the ore has high impurities and is not suitable for casting fairy coins, and cannot become the fourth coin after Guyu, Shaoshu, and snowflakes. However, no one doubts that Fuyao sect, which owns Chuanzhou Mountain, will not worry about money for 1,000 years. Fuyao sect and Liuyuan Academy each occupy 1/3 of the jade mine, and the latter will use the income to rebuild the dilapidated Fuyao Island. In the Jinpu dynasty, which had only been restored for a few years, the far-sighted emperor, as a local snake, secretly made a big deal with Gu Kan, the dragon crossing the river, and first built a Jinqi tower on Luanjiaden. Offer it with both hands, it's a free gift. Let's talk about the ownership and dividends of the mine. Anyway, a new sect soon appeared in the Jinpu dynasty. The 4 people who followed Gu Kan and settled here from Aquarius continent were the founders of that sect. Huang Lai, the former national master of Yushuan Kingdom and the immortal of Jindan realm, is more than enough to serve as the leader. In addition, Shen Ku, Ghost Guanjing, who had just broken through and became a warrior in the Yuanying realm, and an old woman in the Yuanying realm whose pseudonym was Pu Lu, held important positions in the sect respectively. Fuyao continent was already suffering from a tragic war and the people's livelihood was in decline. This mountain should not be underestimated. Of course, it is the Fuyao sect is going down the mountain privately for the time being. Gu Kan divided 1/3 of the Chuanzhou Mountain jade mine into 3 parts, one to the Jinpu dynasty, one to the back mountain that made the alliance, and the Fuyao sect reserved one for itself, but it still belonged to the Jinpu dynasty in name. The Pu dynasty made a verbal agreement similar to a gentleman's covenant with Emperor Hong to avoid being caught by some Taoists at Liuyuan Academy. Before the sect ceremony had even been held, Gu Kan already had a private ferry, a cross-continent ferry, a city that was like a cornucopia of cash cows, and a secret descending sect. Jing Qingjia rubbed his disciple's hair, couldn't help but remind him, and said sincerely, "Haoren is different from the wilderness. We in the wilderness kill people without reason. Here in Haoren, we kill people with reason. From now on, you just close the door. Cultivating Taoism well, your talents, opportunities and status in the immortal family will not be inferior to you in the slightest, but you must keep one thing in mind. Do not provoke Gu sect master casually. Remember, if Gu Kan kills you, Master will definitely not be able to protect you." Zhai Guangyun nodded, "Master, please be considerate." Disciple knows the pros and cons. Even with the verbal assurance from his beloved disciple, Jing Qingjia was still worried that she was used to the wild customs and the freedom of Jin Suiqing. "I still need to make a promise with Master that I will not meet sect leader Gu alone without authorization." Zhai Guangyun did not pretend to be coquettish and beg for mercy, nor did he pretend to swear. He just whispered, "Young officials can defend the city, but they can barely get out of Shujian Lake. A little ant like me, under the guidance of sect leader Gu, how can I take it lightly when dealing with people right under my nose?" Jing Qingjia had a complicated look on his face, nodded, and acknowledged his disciple's promise, but reminded him sternly, don't mention this kind of thing again in the future, and don't say it to anyone." Zhai Guangyun quickly agreed. On the coast of the sea, there are steep cliffs. This place is still thousands of miles away from the submersible vein of Chuanzhou Mountain entering the sea. Two genuine men of Taoism met here. The one who looks like a rich man is the head of the Liu family in Azu, who is known as the richest man in Hauran. There is also a thin old man with a green bag on his back. He has multiple identities. He is both the head Taoist priest of Chuanzhou Mountain and Lu Miao, the Zong of Qiongling. Lu Jibao's attitude was very interesting. As for his son and Gu Kan, the newly promoted 14th realm monk in Aizhou, he said he knew it without saying anything. Lu Yuzhou did not invite his father to the celebration, so Lu Jubao just pretended that nothing happened. Lu Jubao laughed and said, "A dove has taken over a magpie's nest like this. Isn't the old owner upset when he sees it?" Wei Shi said, "Anyway, since Yuzhou is the second in command, let's treat it as a waste and keep it to others. As an elder, I gave him a congratulatory gift." Lu Jubao said, "The gift is not thin." Wei Shi didn't think this matter was worth wasting any more words on, so he started to change the topic, with a look of great regret on his face. "I originally thought that the two of us would go to Jiluzu together to settle the matter, but my wish was given up. Unfortunately, it's too late. If Hulong Jinren didn't succeed in joining the Wei, everything would be easy to say." When the two of them got there, they invited those sword cultivators who always had their eyes on them and sat down to discuss business. Just to buy back the word north. Two people from the 14th realm of Aizhou came to Jiluzu together. If the ones responsible for entertaining the guests are only the Ascension Realm Master Fire Dragon and Sword Cultivator Bai Shang, then from now on, it will really be just Jiluzu. Lu Jubao has been obsessed with getting back the word north for a long time. Lu Jubao didn't want to talk more about this topic and asked, "Why did you suddenly change your mind and want to take the initiative to go to the wilderness?" Wei Shi did not hide anything and said, "I went to see Zhang Fenghai who came out of the Yanxia cave. I heard that he broke away from the Baiyujing genealogy and raised a mountain. He should not be underestimated." Lu Jubao smiled and said, "All Taoist friends are planning to do business with Qingming Tianxia. Zhang Fenghai and his group of Taoist priests are currently traveling through the wilderness." There was no publicity about this matter, but the monks at the top of the mountain still heard about it. Wei Shi neither admitted nor denied the matter. Lu Jubao said, "How many portraits do you think will be hung in the ancestral hall at the main peak of Chuanzhou Mountain? Should we hang a portrait of Jing Juzhong alone, or add a portrait of our founder Chen Qinglu? This problem can be big or small." Wei Shi said, "It seems like Gu can do it even if he hangs one or two or doesn't hang at all." Lu Jubao smiled and said, "We'll see." Wei Shi said, "On the top of the hill where the old site of Jiangjin Temple is located, two masters arrived." Lu Jubao said, "Fellow Taoists must learn from me and not even look at it, lest it be regarded as a question of swordsmanship." Wei Shi smiled and said, "After all, it is the location of my old monastery. If I take a few peeks, it must not be a big problem." As they were speaking, Lu Jubao and Wei Shi spotted a girl in a mink hat on the top of Chuanzhou Mountain, stretching out her fingers and bending them a few times. "You new 14ers who haven't reached the age of 14 yet, don't act like uncles to me." Wei Shi praised, as expected of Bai Jing, he really has a keen sense of consciousness. But when he turned around again, Wei Shi found that Lu Jubao had disappeared. Wei Shi shook his head, smiled casually, and shaped like a blue crane. He performed the water-preventing technique and instantly submerged into the sea to return to the ruins, heading straight to the wild wilderness. On the other side of the mountain, Xing Qingjia recognized the identity of the young man with the yellow hat, green shoes, and green bamboo staff. Xing Qingjia quickly pulled his disciple Zhai Guangyun to kneel down together. She put her hands on the ground, touched her forehead to the back of her hands 3 times, and repeated one sentence each time she kowtowed. Xingqingjia of Jinquiqing, Taoist name Yuanhu, pays homage to the ancestor. Xiao Mo said calmly, a little bit of Taoist inheritance, kowtow 3 times is enough. From now on, you and I will be treated as fellow Taoists. Xingqingjia still did not stand up, but just raised his head and said, the patriarch does not recognize the disciples as descendants of the Taoist lineage, but the disciples never dare to deny that the ancestor is above them. Xiao Mo said indifferently, it's up to you. Xingqingjia stood up and bowed to the girl in the mink hat. I have met Senior Bai Jing. Xiago sighed and complained, you're so stupid, you call me Guzi. How dare Xingqingjia make such a mistake? Jinsui City has always been under the jurisdiction of the Swinging River, and the new owner of the Swinging River, Fei Fei, the great demon of the throne, seems to be the disciple of the sword immortal Bai Jing in terms of seniority. Zhai Guangyun stood up in a daze, and blurted out, probably because of his blessing, Zhai Guangyun, a disciple of the Jinquiqing lineage, has met the grandma of the ancestor. Xiaoma was helpless. Xingqingjia looked nervous. Bai Jing's ancient deeds, one after another, all have something to do with moodiness. For example, in the legend, there was an extremely dangerous situation in which someone was trapped in a siege. Led by 2 big monsters, and more than 100 monks participated in the ambush. The 2 people who had been planning to ascend to the realm for a long time were still killed and injured by Bai Jing. As for the other ants, they were all cut into pieces with a sword. Bai Jing passed the sword and liked it. Split. The seriously injured female sword cultivator showed her true body and feasted on the corpses on the battlefield without wasting any of them. Even for a great demon of the same age as Zhu Yan, when future generations mentioned Bai Jing, they would always call him a fierce bitch. At this moment, Xiago put his hands on his hips and kept a straight face. He was very happy. Oh, Xiao Nir's mouth is so sweet. It's your turn to eat the wedding candy. Wow, Xingqingjia is not bad at recruiting disciples. It's so pleasing to the eye. Xiago said, well, the little girl can often go to Luopa Mountain in the future. By the way, what is your name? Zhai Guangyun timidly said, to tell you the story of my grandma, my name is Zhai Guangyun, and I have always admired Mr. Yingguan. Xiago lamented. After hearing the second half of the sentence, she immediately changed her tune, then you'd better not go to Luo Mountain. For the time being, I am only the second-ranking worshipper, and my official title cannot match that of the Mountain Master's wife. The Mountain Master has many good things, but he is afraid of Ning Yao, which needs to be discussed. Xiao Mo regretted a little, he shouldn't have been dragged here by her. Xiago originally planned to imitate Jing Qing's ironclad character, and even if he lost his official position, he would still say a few words of loyalty and harsh words. Go and do your own thing. Gu Lingyan smiled like a flower. Isn't it the business of a maid to serve the young master well? Gu Kan said, I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense to you. Gu Lingyan didn't take it seriously, gave him a blessing, and left quietly. Gu Kan looked into the distance. Looking back on life, it seems like a dream. It was dawn, and there was still at least an hour before the ceremony. The first person to arrive at the square outside the Patriarch Hall was an outsider. When we got there, there was nothing to do, so the man in blue shirt wearing cloth shoes took a slow walk in the square paved with white jade. If I remember correctly, at the previous opening ceremony of the Qingping Sword sect, the man who was the head of the sect was always the last one to arrive. Over at Gu Kan's residence, Gu Lingyan knocked on the door and helped his young master wash his face and wipe his hands, help him arrange his clothes carefully, put on his jade crown and pinned his gold hairpin. When she mentioned this, Gu Kan didn't seem surprised. He just picked up the handkerchief again and wiped his face. Then a smile spread on his face and he said, "He has always been like this here." In the dusk, on the country road, there was a child in green clothes with his sleeves rolled down, strutting all the way through the village, stepping on the bluestone road to the village school by the stream. Dogs were barking on the roadside, so the boy in Tsing-yi immediately stood up and confronted them with a fist move to ask for directions. In the end, they ran away with their tails between their legs. The boy in green suddenly stood upright, threw down his sleeves and crackled, fighting with an old man. What a coward! Some villagers saw this scene and shook their heads. There are fools in every village. I wonder which village this child came from. Approaching the school where class had just ended, the boy in green shouted at the top of his voice, "Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou." Jiang Shangjin walked out of the school with a few books under his arm, raised his arm and waved, "Here, here." Chen Lingjun walked quickly towards Chief Zhou. "But we can't neglect our brother Zhou and teach in the countryside instead of the mountain master. He is lonely, so we have to take a look at him. What's more, Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji are both here." As a half-senior, Chen Lingjun always has to teach them some principles on how to behave in the world. They are all good advice that cannot be taught in books and cannot be bought with money. Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji were busy in the kitchen. Chen Lingjun went to the door and ordered a few dishes, saying that it wouldn't be too much trouble and they could make do with it, but the local wine would be sufficient. Zhao Xuxia said with a smile that it was okay. At the dinner table, during this visit, Chen Lingjun also brought a new piece of news, which made Chief Zhou have mixed feelings and even drank. Lola Mountain does not have its own landscape newspaper, nor does it have the idea of starting the mirror flower, Water Moon, but the Qingping Sword sect will soon have its first mirror flower, Water Moon, and will soon release the news. After learning about this, Jiang Shangjin complained that the lower sect was not honest in doing things. How could it be reasonable for the eldest brother to marry his second brother first without getting married? At the same time, he said considerately that it seemed that the Chui sect leader was really short of money now and blamed himself for not taking care of him. When you arrive, go back and say hello to Jiang's cloud cave blessed land. Jiang Shangjin and Chen Lingjun clinked their wine bowls together, stretched out their hands to rub their chins, and couldn't help but ask, "Is the news reliable? Aren't you just chasing rumors?" Chen Lingjun said angrily, "Do you think the information I heard from Xiaomili is unreliable?" Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "That's absolutely true." Jiang Shangjin asked, "Does the mountain master know this?" Chen Lingjun shook his head and said, "That's not clear. The master of the mountain has been in retreat at the Fiola dojo recently. No one has been seen except Xiaomili." Jiang Shangjin asked curiously, "In this mirror, who shows up and who is the abbot, who is responsible for warming up and who is calming down? What are you going to say? It has to be a bit of a gimmick, right? Most of the handsome men are here in Luo Luoshan. It seems that only me Dajiangxian can make up the numbers there." Chen Lingjun's cheeks bulged from eating, and he said vaguely, "That's not clear. I'll ask Xiaomili to continue to inquire about the news later." Yes, Xuxia is good at cooking. I give you a thumbs up." Seeing the boy in green giving him a thumbs up, Zhao Xuxia smiled and nodded and said, "Keep up the good work." Chen Lingjun moved his thumb towards Ning Ji again. "Ning Ji is doing a good job now. You can open a restaurant in Huaihuang County in the future. I have many friends on the road, so I guarantee a prosperous business." Ning Ji grinned. In fact, Chui Dongshan specially sent many letters with the same content to the peaks of Luola Mountain, asking Xiaomili to help deliver them to avoid being misunderstood. "I sincerely ask all members of Shangzong's family to support me. Those who are rich support a financial field, and those who have no money support a personal field. For example, those who are currently practicing martial arts and Taoism at Huaying Peak and Yingyu Peak in Diaoyu Mountain don't have much money in their pockets, so they help shout a few times to Jinghua Shui Yu. And over there at Pian Mountain, don't forget to say hello, distant relatives. It is not as good as being close neighbors, and one family does not speak the same language. Of course Xiao Mili received these letters, but as soon as he ran to Fuyao Lu to tell the mountain master, Chen Pingon suppressed him. In order not to embarrass Xiao Mili, Chen Pingon had to write a reply in his own hand to ask Cui Zongzhu, look for others to take care of you, and don't harm your own people. Chen Lingjun remembered the old chef's words for no reason, and laughed until his stomach hurt. No one's money comes from strong winds. It was blown by the strong wind. Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji were both used to this and didn't find it strange. Chen Lingjun finally suppressed his laughter. Ning Ji, do you want me to teach you how to box? Ning Ji quickly waved his hand and declined the matter. Without drinking much, Zhao Xuxia and Ning Ji cleared the dishes. Chen Lingjun and Jiang Shangjun sat on the bamboo chairs under the eaves. Chen Lingjun leaned over there and burped a few times comfortably. Zhao Xuxia was going to the rented house in the next village. Ning Ji said he would go back later and stay here. Zhao chose a small path under the tree and walked silently. Ning Ji carried a bamboo chair outside the house and asked Mr. Zhou if he wanted to sit on the wicker chair. Jiang Shangjun smiled and nodded, and the child moved the wicker chair out. Chen Lingjun praised, Ning Ji, you are a child with lively eyes. You will have great potential in the future. Ning Ji smiled shyly. Chen Lingjun started laughing to himself again, and Jiang Shangjun asked what the happy thing was. A few days ago, at the banquet table, when everyone was having hot pot for a late-night snack, the old cook said, Brother Zheng is the second most popular person in the world. Jing Dafeng, who is as shameless as the roof, was uncharacteristically smiling like a mimosa. Chief Zhou, do you understand what it means? Hearing this, Jiang Shangjun smiled knowingly. It seems that Mr. Zhu really can't bear it anymore. You always treat his place as a canteen. It's really too much. Chen Lingjun groaned, what should we do? I originally thought that when you come back, I would ask the old cook to prepare a banquet and have a good meal to help you catch the wind and wash away the dust. Jiang Shangjun said, too much is too much, but eating and drinking are still okay. Understanding the situation, they all raised their hands and gave high fives. Ning Jian sat aside quietly, not saying anything, just listening and having a good time. Jiang Shangjun has actually discovered that Ning Ji has an ability to fall asleep when he wants to. Very common. Very unusual. If you practice Taoism on the mountain, this is a very profound spiritual cultivation skill. Ning Ji actually only told his senior brother Zhao Xuxia about this matter, but didn't mention it to his master. It wasn't that the young man had any reservations, he just felt that there was no need to talk about such a trivial matter. In addition, whenever Ning Ji wants to wake up, he will be on time, just like the bells and drums in the temple, so accurate just like the sundial over there in the grain drying field. It is exactly the same. As for Zhao Xuxia, who is learning boxing, he is Chen Pingan's beloved disciple. His character is naturally very good, and he has a sense of propriety that is very similar to Chen Pingan's. It's hard to say whether he is born or nurtured. Jiang Shangjun smiled and asked, Ning Ji, compared with your master, which one is better at teaching? The child said sincerely, Mr. Zhou is more patient, but master is more powerful. Jiang Shangjun said in confusion, Ning Ji, this statement is contradictory. Are you saying the opposite? Chen Lingjun touched Ning Ji's head and saw that he was a very smart child, but his little head was so clueless. He was much worse than himself. Ningji's eyes were firm, he shook his head and said, that's right. The child hesitated for a moment and became less determined. Maybe I feel wrong. Jiang Shangjun smiled and said, yes, you are right. Chen Lingjun only found it unbelievable. How is it possible, Chief Zhou, that you are more patient than the mountain master? I'm laughing so hard. It's clear that my mountain master teaches better and has better patience. Ning Ji was confused. Can he talk like this? Jiang Shangjun smiled and said, because I don't really care about teaching and everyone in the school, so I will appear to be very patient. Ning Ji's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, this is the feeling I couldn't describe before. Mr. Zhou's heart is only in books. Master teaches, and his heart is outside the books. Jiang Shangjun nodded, yes. He is worthy of being the proud disciple who allows Chen Pingan to impart the knowledge of talismans with confidence. Jiang Shangjun changed the subject. Although I am a teacher now, in fact, when I was young, I also lived in the world. Ning Ji, do you know what the world is? Chen Lingjun's eyes widened when he heard this. Chief Zhou really wouldn't mislead his disciples? Ning Ji hesitated for a moment and shook his head. The child was not that yearning for the so-called Jianghu. Jiang Shangjun did not continue talking. Chen Lingjun talked a lot about many topics, but Ning Ji couldn't understand them anyway. In the night, Ning Ji stood up, said goodbye and left, putting the bamboo chair back into the house. Jiang Shangjun didn't get up, but Chen Lingjun said that they would walk through the night together, and they hadn't been to the next village yet. Jiang Shangjun looked at the two of them, and they were actually about the same size. Luola Mountain is really a good place for learning. Chen Lingjun's collection of passers-by and by Xian's hero spectrum. There are also several boxes of account books that Pei Qian has saved, stacks of books that Nwanshu records daily expenses, Xiaomili's diary that only writes about the weather, and Kong House files that record all the people in the mountains. Even now Xiago has written a travel diary about mountains and rivers. Not long after, Chen Lingjun wandered back and said, Ning Ji comes from a poor family. Brother Zhou, please take more care of him. Jiang Shangjun smiled and nodded, easy to say. Chen Lingjun yawned, leaning back on the chair and crossing his legs. Jiang Shangjun asked curiously, I heard that the sister named Yuanhu came to the mountains as a guest last time. Did you see her? How is she doing? Chen Lingjun picked his nose, flicked it casually, and said casually, I've seen it before, I can't remember clearly. I guess he looks average. Jiang Shangjun looked shocked, pretending to be impressed, and asked, Brother Jingqing, are all the women you have met in this life immortals? Chen Lingjun rolled his eyes and was too lazy to say anything nonsense. Jiang Shangjun rarely recalls the past, probably because he almost never regrets anything. Why is it that the world is so vast, and among the sea of people, I met her walking towards me alone, and after just one glance, I will never forget her again. Jiang Shangjun lay on the wicker chair, imitating the old cook in the mountains, folding his hands on his abdomen, and said slowly, I can give her anything she wants, but there is one thing I can't give. She just wants to. I want something like this. Chen Lingjun sat on a small bamboo chair and whispered, the matchmaker is getting married. Jiang Shangjun said, sincerely, I only love one person and grow old together. Chen Lingjun curled his lips and said, in the final analysis, it's just a matter of romantic nature. It's easy to fall in love with someone and you can't help it. That woman is not kind to others. She owes you in her previous life. Jiang Shangjun was silent. If it were left to Jade Guizhong and Yunku Blessed Land, who would dare to speak so bluntly? Jiang Shangjun would beat the out of him. Chen Lingjun said, it's my brother. That's what I said. Don't be surprised. Jiang Shangjun smiled and waved his hand, telling him not to think too much. If he didn't really fall in love, why would he talk about it? His own son wouldn't be able to hear it. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shangjun asked, Jingqing, do you think you look like Chen Pingan? Chen Lingjun was stunned. What kind of is this? How can I be a little bit similar to the mountain master? As long as there are one or two similarities, the mountain master will not be what he is today. I can't follow the northwest wind. Can you still eat delicious food, drink spicy food, have plenty of food and wine every day like now, and when you get bored on the mountain, you can go down the mountain for a walk to digest? Spend money like water, be extravagant, make money like ants moving. There is almost no time in this life when you have a lot of money. When you should be stingy, you are thin-skinned, and you always like to make yourself fat. When you should be generous, you are not that generous. If you are capable and generous, and you have your heart set on it, things will never get done. So the old cook said something weird and didn't know whether it was good or bad, saying that I always stepped on the bottom line and behaved as a human being. Alas, it's sad. Jiang Shangjun listened patiently to Chen Lingjun's words and said softly, Jingqing, you have to know one thing. In this world, there are many people who don't know how to love themselves and others at the same time. Chen Lingjun hesitated to speak. Forget it, he is not good at talking about this. Jiang Shangjun smiled and said, I envy some people. On the winding road, the boy's straw sandals were covered with mud. But the boy's head seemed to be always bright. Jiang Shangjun quickly added to himself, I'm not that envious. Chen Lingjun asked, why? Jiang Shangjun said something that spoke from the bottom of his heart, they don't have as much money as me. Chen Lingjun turned around and gave 2 thumbs up, when I am not short of money, we are brothers, but one day when money is tight, let me call you, foster father. Jiang Shangjun laughed loudly. Chen Lingjun glanced at the sky, stood up, and was about to pat his and leave. I came here secretly, I have to go back. Jiang Shangjun waved his hand, come back when you have time. Chen Lingjun clasped his hands in his fists and said with a playful smile, Father, take care, my son, please leave. Jiang Shangjun was really at a loss, so he gave him the word go, as a reward, and then said something from his heart. Chen Lingjun thought for a while but said nothing. Yufeng returned to Luola Mountain. On Luola Mountain, Nuanshu found Mr. Zhu with a face full of embarrassment. The old cook wearing an apron was busy in the kitchen for midnight snack again, and saw Xiao Nuanshu absent-mindedly choosing vegetables. Zhu Lian stopped scolding those and told them to go to the toilet and put out drinks. He smiled and asked, you have something on your mind. Can you tell me about it? Nuanshu whispered, Mr. Zhu, didn't Master Su come to our mountain? That guy Chen Lingjun often accompanies Xiao Mili to entertain guests. Zhu Lian stopped what he was doing, nodded and smiled, I know about this. I can hear Chen Lingjun's loud voice in the kitchen. Nuanshu said, I don't know what Chen Lingjun was thinking. When we met, he asked Daxia Su how old he was, whether he was a high-level martial artist, and how old his grandson was. When he knew the answer, he said he was pretty strong. If anything happened, he would call Daxia Su a brother. And in the wild world, a young demon cultivator who had just climbed a mountain to practice Taoism accidentally entered a secret place, like a reading place, with the name Haoran. Heiranzhai. The young monk was extremely nervous. Who was so reckless that he dared to give such a name to his study in the wild world? Inexplicably breaking into this place, going around in circles, and never being allowed to go out. The young monk had no choice but to start looking through books in the study room. He put down the commercial books with ordinary contents, and did the homework of breathing. I was drowsy and had a dream. In a vast battlefield, 2 armies faced each other. The strength of both sides was incalculable. On one side was the demon tribe, on the other side was the Haoran cavalry. The battle situation finally began to turn one-sided. Right here, a golden armored as tall as a mountain came to the center of the battlefield and slammed into the ground, as if all kinds of luck had gathered into one body, blocking the attack of the demon army. On the shoulders of the huge god, stood a man in red robe, as small as a mustard seed and with a vague figure like thousands of silk threads. He carried a sword on his back and held a knife in both hands. Chen Pingan joins hands with Tongis Hao to return the favor to the wilderness. Sword of Coming Chapter 1137. Chen Pingan raised his eyes and looked toward the sea. Looking at the sea from the mountain, the blue waves are connected to the blue sky, and the majestic scene will take your breath away. In ancient times, there was an underwater dragon palace that was infinitely cool and cool. According to legend, the bright moon in the sea was full in the sky. The imagination of the magnificence will enchant people. Therefore, Taoism talks about guarding the heart and cultivating the spirit. Don't just let go and never take it back. Travel thousands of miles to learn and seek enlightenment, and don't be hindered by mountains and rivers. Chen Pingan put away his mind. Gu Kan said, "It's okay, just wait. It won't take more than an hour." What to do with the sect celebration? Isn't it the sect leader who has the final say? Gu Kan likes the atmosphere at Luopa Mountain, but the Fuyao sect will not imitate Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Since ancient times, we have always paid attention to good times and auspicious times. You should hold the ceremony on time and don't delay." Gu Kan said, "He has such a lazy personality. Whether he participates in the ceremony or not, it doesn't matter whether he is Lu Xianying or not." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If he dares not come, you won't be the best man." After waiting for a moment, just as the sun was rising over the sea, a sword light came through the sky, dragging out a very long line of brilliant light from the sea to Chuanjiao Mountain. The movement was not small, and it was full of momentum. Uncle Lu finally arrived, neither early nor late. There was still a quarter of an hour before the ceremony, so he could chat a few words. Lu Xianying's figure fell to the ground, his sword sheathed on its own, and he strode between Chen Pingan and Gu Kan. He hooked one of his necks with one hand. "How about it? Are you on time? Do you have a sword-wielding style? Is it chic or not?" Gu Kan slapped Lu Xianying's arm off. Lu Xianying shook his body and stretched again, his joints creaking all over his body. "It's my first time to wield a sword so far, and I still have to rush for time, tisk." Chen Pingan asked in confusion, "Didn't I pass on the 3-mountain talisman to you?" Lu Xianying glared and said, "This talisman is precious, and the number of times is limited. Why don't you worry about spending it? It's not cost-effective to use up a talisman for a trivial matter." Gu Kan glanced at the dusty Lu Dajiangxian, who was not a hypocrite, but said nothing after all. In addition to the 3-mountain talisman, Chen Pingan also included Mr. Sanshan Juhao's finger swordsmanship, that can teach the world to be as soft as mud, along with a few pages, and some related martial arts secrets from the Lotus Root blessed land in the past that can be used for cross-reference. And gave it to Lu Xianying. Except for the senior brothers and sisters of Longquan sword sect Ruan Qiong and Lu Xianying, plus Chen Pingan and Gu Kan, who know the most about it, the outside world still doesn't know anything about it. Lu Xianying's swordsmanship and his current state of cultivation are almost entirely based on self-study. At that time, Lu Xianying studied at Nanbosu Chuanru Chen Academy. When he returned home, as agreed, he quickly joined the genealogy of Longquan sword sect and worshipped Ruan Qiong as his master. Both master and disciple were open-minded people, and they once had a frank and concise dialogue. "Lu Xianying, I promised you in advance that I can't teach you any superior swordsmanship except for making swords. So it's still too late for you to regret it now. Blacksmith Ruan, there is no need to be ashamed. It seems that I don't need to learn the things you can teach me." So best. There's no benefit at all. Why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship? Longquan Sword Sect has one good thing. It's suitable for blacksmithing behind closed doors, and it's also suitable for practicing swordsmanship without distractions, as long as you're not the sect leader. No, I just came here to be the sect leader. We'll talk about it later when you reach the Jade Pure Realm. Lu Xianyang rubbed his hands shamelessly and said, "It's been a lot of hard work to cross the sea with a sword. I was busy on my way. I forgot to bring the gifts when I went out. I have prepared them a long time ago. Chen Pingan, you are a rich man, please help me first." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "You can't afford 2 grain rain coins. You have friends all over the country, but you don't take any money with you when you go out." Lu Xianyang was so shocked that he said, "You only need 2 grain rain coins. I told you earlier. I thought I would have to sell iron to raise money, so I made up 7 or 8 legitimate reasons along the way. I had no choice but to be afraid of Wei Shanjin's night banquet." As he spoke, Lu Xianyang quickly took out 2 Xiaoshu coins from his sleeves. After all, he was the sect leader, so he still had some private money. He turned around and asked, "Chen Pingan, do you have any unused red envelopes?" Chen Pingan nodded and handed Lu Xianyang a brand new red envelope. Lu Xianyang packed the gift money and threw it to Gu Kan. "It's done." Next, he drank a few pots of the mountain's fairy brew. "Don't feel guilty." Gu Kan silently put it in his sleeve, not caring about how Guyu money turned into Xiaoshu money. Chen Pingan said from his heart, "These 2 orphan Xiaoshu coins have very good inscriptions and are actually worth more than Guyu coins." Gu Kan was not surprised and said casually, "He has some conscience." Lu Xianyang smiled brightly, clasped his fists in his hands, and said loudly, "Lu Xianyang, the contemporary leader of the Longquan Sword Sect, is honored to have met you all." The genealogy monks of the Fuyao sect who were about to register their names had no choice but to return the favor one after another. Gu Kan whispered, "Virtue." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "How many years have it been and you still haven't gotten used to it?" Lu Xianyang said, "Hee, the banquet won't start when the host and guests are not here." Gu Kan said, "Just wait for me." Lu Xianyang immediately moved away and rubbed Gu Kan's shoulders. "After standing for so long, our sect master Gus's shoulders sore." Gu Kan dodged sideways and walked straight to the gate of the patriarch hall. Gu Lingyan smiled charmingly, folded his hands and made a blessing. "I've met Chen Jianxian, I've met sect master Lu." Lu Xianyang hit Chen Pingan on the arm with his elbow. Several old acquaintances from Yushuan Kingdom gathered together and stood together. They came here across the continent to establish a sect and help the Fuyao sect establish the Shishan sect. They are now considered a small mountain sect. Among them, Shenku looked quite depressed. Logically speaking, Yunyijing Wufu his body shouldn't be so weak. The old woman Pu Lu sneered, "Shenku, a majestic 8-level martial arts master, how could you lose your courage after just a nice drink?" The Ghost Watch advised, "Fellow Taoist Pu, now we are all in the same boat, why should we be harsh with our words?" Shenku said, "You suffered in the past and only suffered in your body and soul. You are incomparable to me." Pu Lu smiled and said, "What kind of calamity is it? Why don't Grandmaster Shen explain it in detail?" Shenku said, "I don't dare to recall the feeling of bursting gall. How can I have the strength to bring up the past?" As Gu Kan left Aquarius continent and walked farther and farther away from the capital of Yushuan Kingdom, Shenke's mood gradually improved a little. When he settled here in Chuanzhou Mountain, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the realm of immortals, Grandmaster Shen finally didn't have to feel everyone you see in broad daylight is a ghost. But when Chen Jianxian took the initiative to invite them to drink last night, Shenku was immediately knocked back to his original form, and he has not recovered until now. Fortunately, he was a pure martial artist. If he were a Taoist who was most afraid of inner demons, Shunku would probably have gone crazy long ago. There are also 2 Jade Pu realm and a group of earth immortals who came from the old Baidi city genealogy. They don't get together, they just stand scattered, but they have the same temperament. Of course, it is impossible not to be curious about the young hidden official who came from a poor background but became famous. However, after practicing Taoism in Baidi city for a long time, my Taoist heart is calm, and I don't lose my composure, nor do I have any interest in getting close. Lu Qiqing, wearing a pink Taoist robe, stood side by side with Chai Bofu, who was standing pretending to be dead. Elsewhere, there was another mountain in Jingqiqing. Zhai Guangyun was very curious and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "Master, this sect Master Lu is still a Jade Pu realm swordsman. Why is he so powerful?" Jing Qingjia explained, on the one hand, it is due to Lu Jiangxian's character. He is upright and has no taboos, so he will naturally appear sharp. This kind of person, no matter where he stands, is difficult to be ignored by others. On the other hand, sect leader Gu is in the position of Yin Guan. Here, intentionally or unintentionally, he restrained his moral energy and calmed down, as if he took half a step back, and Lord Yin Guan took another half step back on Lu Jiangxian's side, which ultimately led to the current situation. In your eyes, it's like Lu Jianxian in terms of momentum, he completely overwhelmed sect master Gu. The reason for this is probably because they have developed some kind of tacit understanding very early on. We outsiders find it strange, which is normal, but the 3 of them are probably very comfortable. Zhai Guangyun suddenly said, "So that's the case, no wonder." When Gu Ken was a child, whenever something happened, he liked to hide behind Chen Pingan. When I was a kiln worker's apprentice, no, the unassuming Chen Pingan seemed to be standing in Lu Xianyang's shadow. Zhai Guangyun was still a little depressed. Lord Yin Guan, whom he respected like a god, was so heroic on the great sword Qi Wall. Why did he lose his momentum in vain when he returned to his hometown? Jing Qingjia was helpless. Fortunately, he had given many instructions to get this proud disciple to promise not to go to Yin Guan to embarrass himself today. Xiaomo and Xiago didn't plan to attend the ceremony, so they just watched Zushan from the top of the mountain next door. Xiago exclaimed, "Wow, fellow Taoist Yuanhu has a good eye." Xiao Mo said, "After all, she is an immortal who is in charge of a city and has nearly 1,000 genealogy monks. She has never been beaten by Yang Ji and Fei Fei. She has her own merits." Lu Yuzhou took the initiative to walk to Chen Pingan, clasping his fists and smiling. Chen Pingan returned the salute with clasped fists and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Then both sides fell into a slightly awkward silence. Lu Xianyang was secretly happy. He had said something before, and now blacksmith Ruan was in high spirits while forging iron. It was a celebration that should have stirred up the public, but it had no red tape and was well behaved. A portrait of Master Jing Juzhong was hung in the ancestral hall. Gu Can even skipped the part where the host and guest jointly offered incense and hung portraits, and went straight to the point, personally writing the genealogy and recording the names, keeping everything simple. As the only 2 guests attending this celebration, Zhongzhu Chen and Zhongzhu Lu were seated very cleverly. Lu Xianyang stared at the old man opposite, Chen, with wide eyes. "Are we looking at the gate? The slugs just dismissed us." Chen Pingan held his sleeves with his hands and was calm and collected. He only took out the gift of 2 fairy coins. "We were not arranged to stand outside the door." It was already considered that Gu Can did not hold grudges. This celebration was obviously shorter than the Longquan Sword Sect, the Luola Mountain Sword Sect, and the Qingping Sword Sect. The next internal meeting of Fuyao Sect's first ancestor hall, as guests of the ceremony, need to leave first. After helping to close the door of the main hall, Chen Pingan and Lu Xianying sat on the steps outside the door. Lu Qiqing, as a monk of the Shangzong, stood aside to bask in the sun with fellow Taoist Longbo who still didn't know where the genealogy was. With nothing to do, Chen Pingan took out his tobacco pipe and pipe. Lu Xianying asked with a smile, "When did you get enough of this? Are you addicted?" Chen Pingan thought for a while and said, "I can't remember the specific date. It's not that addictive." Lu Xianying said, "He is a good drinker and a cigarette smoker. He smells of alcohol and cigarettes." Ningyao doesn't even frown. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "She doesn't care about this." Lu Xianying laughed and said, "You think I've never been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Chen Pingan said without changing his expression, "Those drunken words brewed in a wine vat cannot be taken seriously. They can be taken as irony." Lu Xianying patted his cheek and said, "Chen Daijiangxian, you're so stupid. Taking advantage of Fuyao Sec's failure to create a mountain-protecting formation, I can give you another congratulatory gift." Lu Qiqing just felt baffled, but Chai Bofu heard the implication. The so-called cultivation in Baidi City, besides falling down and falling down again, there is nothing serious to do. When you are bored, you just look at the mountains and rivers. According to the confidential information from the D newspaper and some special channels, I know that there are many humorous sayings circulating on the Sword Qi Great Wall, such as why the second shopkeeper has a shameless face and is thicker than the wall of the Jianqi Great Wall. Since the second shopkeeper can punch it on the contrary, as long as he puts his face to the ground at the top of the city, all the great monsters from the throne of the wilderness will attack the city together, and I am afraid they will all stare. Lu Qiqing always regarded his senior brother's words as his guide, but this senior brother almost never said anything to Lu Qiqing, so when Jing Juzhong reminded him not to wander around the great Sword Qi Wall, Lu Qiqing took it as an edict, not to mention that he had never visited the great Sword Qi Wall. "I don't even want to go to Daoxian Mountain or Yulong Sect." So Lu Qiqing went to the realm of Longhu Mountain, and then there was the contemporary great celestial masters descend the mountain to succumb to demons. In response to Lu Xianying's joking words, Chen Pingan smiled and said nothing, and started smoking the dry cigarette again, and the clouds began to swirl. Lu Xianying said, "Poor Fu Shanshan. Fu Dekong of Pushan, the mountain of the Zhongyue crown prince, used to have a good reputation on the mountain, but after a meeting at the Dali Palace, his reputation now became average, very average." Chen Pingan said, "Face is not as real as face." Lu Xianying rubbed his chin and remembered the young Taoist priest who set up a fortune-telling stall in his hometown. Chen Pingan's thoughts are as fast as birds flying on the branches. Awesome Lu Xian, Qing Ming's hard work, wild sundial carvings, colorful lantern festival. He and Ning Yao, Lu Xianying and Xiang Yu, Fei Ran and Dio Ku, Su Jun and Chao Gu, Xiao Mo and Xie Go. Outside the door, there is also a pair of young Taoist monks from the back mountain. They are at the lowest level in today's Fuyao Sect Patriarch Hall and have not yet formed elixirs, but their seats are not low in rank. They are all important guests personally invited by Gu Kan. They do not have seats in the Patriarch Hall for the time being. The general status is slightly inferior to Zhao Zhu, the guest minister of Luolu Mountain, or Qing Tong of Qingping Sword Sect. These two sect-headed genealogy cultivators are both heroic spirits and ghosts. They are 7 or 8 generations apart from Yang Qingu, the founding master. Nowadays, the incense in the back mountain is really withering. Otherwise, how can a dojo allow 2 middle-level 5th-level monks who are not even earth immortals to attend a sect celebration? However, young Qingu, the founder of the Ascension Realm, has now left Merit Forest, and House Han is now different from the past. House Han has become the leader on the mountain in Fuyao Continent. With the encouragement of the Taoist monk, the female cultivator finally plucked up the courage and came to Chen Pingan. When she was hesitating about how to talk to him, Chen Pingan had already stood up and wrapped the cigarette pole behind his back. The female cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. She first announced her gate in Taoist name, and then asked softly, "Master Qin, do you recognize Chao Ci?" Lu Qiqing was extremely happy. He asked this question. Haoran, the younger generation of martial artists, was a top martial artist. He was dressed in white and wore a green shirt. Who wouldn't recognize him? Is this open-minded remark really just a polite greeting, rather than a face-to-face provocation? Probably because he was too nervous, he blurted out these words, and the female cultivator felt that it was outrageous. She blushed slightly, and the second sentence she had been preparing for a long time was scared away. Chen Pingan nodded, smiled and said, "I recognize it. Wen Quan has always lost to him, and it's embarrassing to pretend that I don't recognize him." On the side, Chai Bofu felt sad, but Master Chen Shanju had a good mind, and those who can laugh at themselves can solve 1,000 worries. The female cultivator quickly made up for it and said, "Master Chen, don't get me wrong. It's just because I have several fellow disciples who are all supporters of Chao Ci and are very concerned about Chao Ci's movements." Chen Pingan said, "I haven't seen Chao Ci since the last time I said goodbye to the Confucian temple." The female cultivator became more and more embarrassed. After all, she was still nervous, so she said something like 300 taels of silver in this place, martial men compete, fists and feet have no eyes. Chen Pingan kept smiling, "Thank you for your understanding." Chai Bofu was impressed. Chairman Chen Shan was really not thin-skinned. Really unable to continue the conversation, the female cultivator, who was feeling annoyed at her clumsy tongue, reached out and grabbed the arm of the Taoist monk next to her, trying to get him to save the situation. She said, "Master Qin, my husband has admired you for a long time." The young male cultivator was obviously more calm than the Taoist monk. He bowed and said, "It's not just me. In fact, the men in our back mountain all admire Yin Guan." Lu Xianyang joked, "If this is the case, wouldn't there be two distinct camps?" The young male cultivator nodded, "Therefore, we, the Taoist monks in the back mountain, cannot mention anyone." Lu Qiqing finally couldn't help it and laughed. The night boat was still waiting for Chen Pingan and his party. Lu Xianyang heard that there was a boat available and was eager to try it. On the way down the mountain, Chen Pingan and Gukan said, "It used to be difficult to walk on mountain roads, but now it's difficult to walk on flat roads. There is a stage of state of mind." Gukan nodded, "Remember." Gu Lingxian looked strange. What should he remember? Didn't you just lament this sentence last night? Why pretend to have heard this for the first time? When we arrived at the gate of the mountain, Chen Pingan said, "Sail against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat." At this point, Chen Pingan changed his words and said, "You all know the truth. In short, you should be more understanding when encountering things in the future, and treat unpaid things with a normal mind. Reasons and reasons are interrelated, and it has a unique taste." Gu Kan nodded in agreement, hesitated for a moment, and said in her heart, "You are always dragged down by people like Shinku. How can you really be dedicated and single-minded in practicing Taoism, and can you really be so powerful?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Every beat is a bamboo joint. Without bamboo joints, how can it be bamboo? Without bamboo, how can it be as strong as a broken bamboo?" Gukan said, "Take care." Chen Pingan remembered what Gukan had said in his heart before, stopped, turned around and helped Gukan straighten his clothes, and said in his heart, "First of all, Gukan will definitely not become Xinglo in the world of Qingming. Secondly, Yudo is not that good either. Of course, in my opinion, he, Jing Juzhong, and Lu Chen are the only transcendent existences in the world for thousands of years. They cannot be two or one without the other. Regardless of whether we are enemies or friends, we still have to pay due respect. Don't delay doing it. Just do what you need to do. In the end, the three of us should practice well. It is inevitable that we will gather less and separate more, so we should cherish each other. Guken said, occasionally I can be lazy and don't have to think about anything. Chen Pingon smiled and said, yes. The mighty land and thousands of rivers pour into the sea, and they all return to peace. In the South China Sea, the vast water surface is as calm as green glass. A woman with her hair tied in a spiritual snake bun and a young man in white were riding the wind side by side as they headed for a passage leading back to the wild wilderness. She asked with a smile, Lu Yuzhou has sent you an invitation. We can't help but come along, why don't we go and join in the fun? Chao Ci shook his head and said, I have already replied to him and declined. Dou Finxia joked, you just don't regard him as a friend? Chao Ci said, it's not appropriate for me to appear there. Dou Finxia nodded, when we get to Chuanzhou Mountain, we will definitely meet up with that guy. If we win one more game, we will be able to make up for it. Chao Ci said, if there is another fight, boxing will be in another realm. Dou Finxia asked, how? Chao Ci said, it's hard to tell clearly. Dou Finxia stopped asking further. She suddenly let out a sigh and put her hand between her eyebrows. Why did Zhang Taoxia appear here? Who is the other one? About 100 miles away, someone seemed to be waiting for them to pass by. Could it be that some martial arts master who has the ability to see Zhang Taoxia wants to block the way to ask junior brother Chao about boxing? Chao Ci said, sister, please stay here for now. I'll go there alone. Dou Finxia nodded without hesitation, be careful. Chao Ci nodded, took a deep breath, and flew away in the air. Zhang Taoxia, who was once the #1 martial artist in the world in Haoran, turned to practice Taoism as well as martial arts, taking the Taoist name Long Bo. After that, the old man no longer regarded himself as a pure martial artist. In the past 100 years, Zhang Taoxia has rarely appeared on land in various continents. She is a solitary figure. She only goes out to the sea to fish, and only the qi refiners at sea can be seen occasionally. But today, Zhang Taoxia was standing in a sea of clouds no more than 10 feet away from the sea. The person fishing was a tall, barefoot man with disheveled hair. Chao Ci actually recognized this person's identity a long time ago, so he asked senior sister Dou to stay behind. The man smiled and said, Chao Ci, we meet again. Chao Ci landed on the edge of the sea of clouds, clasped his fists in the distance and said, Chao Ci has met 2 seniors. Zhang Taoxia waved her hand, signaling to Chao Ci that there was no need to be polite. The man held a pole in one hand and tapped something at his feet with the other, saying, in today's world, it is said that the saying stops Lu Qin, the poem stops Bai Yi, the talisman stops Xian, and the fist stops Chao Ci. Chao Ci said, I don't want to take it for the time being. Zhang Taoxia smiled knowingly. Young people must have this spirit. The man nodded, your boy's temper is indeed more to my liking, unlike someone else's. Chao Ci was confused, hesitated, and asked, Senior, is he injured? The man nodded and said, it's a small injury, it's not a problem. Chao Ci asked, Senior, are you looking for me specifically? The man said, it doesn't matter. Just when Zhang Taoxia was about to speak, the man leaned back slightly and turned his head to look at this advanced martial artist. Zhang Taoxia immediately stopped talking. Zhang Taoxia has no place to speak today. In an instant, Chao Ci came to Dou Finxia. A nearby figure quietly went above the sea of clouds. Dou Fengxia's heartstrings were tense and her face was gloomy. She actually felt like she was going to hell. Chao Ci said, it's okay. The man rubbed his chin, what a white-robed Chow, why don't I know a martial arts style that can be like this? Fellow Taoist Longbow, how do you say you are so elegant? Zhang Tiaoxia smiled bitterly and was speechless. At this Yunhai fishing place, a woman stood beside the man out of thin air. She kicked something into the water and complained, "Why are you pretending?" It was actually a head. Zhang Tiaoxia's eyelids trembled slightly. The man waved his hand towards Chao Xi. "It's your business." Zhang Tiaoxia was in a strange mood. She always felt that the man's Taoist companion looked at Chao Xi as if he were a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. As Chao Xi continued on her way, Dou Finxia felt like she was falling into the clouds, but she did not dare to ask easily for fear of violating taboos. Chao Xi explained, "Those who open the way for martial arts on earth to go to heaven." Dou Fengxia's face instantly turned white. Chao Xi said, "Senior has no ill intentions." Dou Finxia said helplessly, "No matter how malicious it is, I'm still nervous." Chao Xi said, "It doesn't matter whether you are nervous or not." Dou Finxia was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at junior brother Chao's face, and she understood, "Junior brother Chao, if you don't know how to comfort people, don't comfort them, really." Chao Xi smiled and said, "Okay." Dou Finxia was a little bolder, "That head?" Chao Xi said, "I guess it's a new 14th realm in a certain world." Dou Finxia was silent for a long time and began to mutter, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." A certain person from the 14th realm who had just joined the Tao a few days ago was killed like this. Was your head screwed off by that person just like that? By the sea of clouds, the woman sat next to the man and said, "It's a pity that it can't happen, otherwise it would be a good match." The man nodded and said, "What's the rush? It's better not to get married." The woman asked, "Beijing is over at Fuyao Island, see you?" The man said angrily, "It's a shame that we trust her so much. She doesn't keep her word." The woman said softly, "With such a world and such a war, I can't blame her." The man muttered, "I don't care, if Beijing dares to come, I have to take her." The woman stretched out her fingers and twisted the man's arm, giving it a hard squeeze. "Tell me what you want me to do." The man was depressed and silent. In Chuanjiao Mountain, Xiago grabbed the mink hat with both hands and pulled it down hard, looking like he was afraid to see anyone for the first time. Xiaomo stretched out his hand and rubbed his mink hat and said, "I'm here." Xiago said in a low voice, "After all, I am responsible for my trust." Xiaomo said, "Then we can't hide anymore." At sea, Chao Xi and Dou Finxia Yufeng came to a huge island, and were quickly stopped by a jade purity monk who was hiding in the sea of clouds. They looked at the Guan Ultima before letting them go. The island here has 3 levels of landscape formation, 2 bright and 1 dark, used to investigate the identity of the base and determine the size of the island. To cultivate oneself. Dou Finxia was born into a powerful family in the Daduan dynasty, and her master was a female warrior who was also in charge of a country's military and political affairs. Dou Finxia was very familiar with the military battlefield, but facing these survey methods, she felt that it was only natural. During the summer and autumn of last year, the passage to the ruins of the East China Sea was almost forcibly interrupted by a fierce and unrivaled water spell. Once the waterway is broken, trying to repair it will take time, effort and money. The cost is immeasurable and the consequences are unimaginable. And the world of Hauran still does not know which demon clan in the wilderness took action. At that time, it was Jing Juzhong who took action in time to prevent the other party from succeeding. The Lixiazu monk suddenly called out Chao Xi, and then reported his name and sect number. Chao Xi stopped. The monk laughed to himself, "It's okay, just remember the name." Chao Xi nodded and said, "Okay." Falling down in the island ferry market, Dou Finxia looked around and whispered, junior sister Liao should come here to soak up the fairy spirit. Chao Xi asked doubtfully, how? Dou Fenxia couldn't help laughing. Junior brother Chao, you are too ignorant. Chao Xi said, I have been paying attention to the war situation in the wilderness. Dou Fenxia rolled her eyes charmingly and gave up on her junior brother without explaining the reason. It turns out that at the Guishu exit of the South China Sea Divine Land, on the other side of the wild world, according to the arrangement of the earliest Confucian temple, there are 4 top combatants, namely Fu Lu Yuxuan, Long Hushan Zhao Tianlai, Peidaifing Huolong Jinren and Sword Immortal Bai. Skirts. First, Yu Xian was in the stars outside the sky and successfully merged into the 14th realm of the Tao. Next, Bai Shang went into retreat and attained enlightenment and sword. After that, the great heavenly master Zhao Tianlai returned to the mountain to join the Tao, and his merits and virtues were completed. Later, Master Huolong returned to Beiju Luzhou, and the union was successful again. All 4 monks have broken through. Damn it, what is this Xinjiang land if it's not a geomantic treasure? Near the entrance of Haranguishu, a Xianjia ferry was built by manpower, waiting for the cross-continent ferry to and from the 2 worlds. A veritable water escort. Even the respected and powerful lords of the 4 seas must work hard. Create a series of water veins suitable for cross-continental ferries to travel across the water. It's just that Shanzi Yeshio and other unrelated people, if they just want to come here to visit the scenery, then they hope to be close to this mysterious and vast waterway. The Confucian temple has long had strict orders. Once the whereabouts are discovered or there is suspicion in the genealogy, they will be dealt with strictly. If anyone dares to resist, the stationed monks will be executed. The destination of Chao Xi and Dou Fengxia's trip is Xinjiang. Although their master is at Rikhui, Yu Xian is outside the sky, and his status and position are very special now, so it is not appropriate to take action easily, so Chao Xi is very big to a certain extent. Rushing to the wild battlefield is a way to fill a gap. When the Zhongtu Confucian temple put forward this suggestion, Yu Xian had no objection, and everyone in Xinjiang welcomed it. People like Chao Xi have a kind of trustworthy personality. There were still 5 hours before the next cross-continental ferry would return and set off again. Dou Fenxia knew that Chao Xi was not a sociable person, so she planned to choose an elegant room on the top floor of a restaurant. On the street outside the restaurant, a tall, dark-skinned woman walked towards them. She carried her luggage slanted on her back, her expression was dull, and her steps were steady. In the eyes of experts, her breath is long and strange, not clear or turbid. Perhaps out of family etiquette, the tall woman will move away when she encounters pedestrians coming directly in front of her. The latter are often forced by the woman's momentum and will choose to give way, blocking each other's way again. This kind of courtesy scene was quite interesting. Moreover, the woman was much taller than many men. Dou Fenxia couldn't help but take a few more glances. She just felt that she was really tall and looked like her master. Of course, both of them looked absolutely beautiful. Not like that. Chao Xi's expression remained normal, but he was actually quite surprised. The tall woman just glanced at Chao Xi, that's all, and the 2 sides just passed each other. Dou Fenxia said casually, Junior brother Chao, I think she is either a successful person or a well-deserved martial arts master. Chao Xi hummed and said, the latter is more likely. If master is here, he will see it more accurately. Dou Fengxia's heart was shocked. That woman, could she be a superb martial artist? Chao Xi said, it's hard to say whether a will reach his peak or be perfect. Dou Fenxia turned around and saw that the tall woman had turned into another street and had a sharp profile. In today's vast world, Dou Fenxia would not be so shocked if Dou Fenxia met a fresh-faced monk from the 14th realm while walking on the road. Dou Fenxia suppressed her surprise and curiosity, entered the restaurant and took a seat, opened the mud seal of a jar of fairy wine, lowered her head and sniffed. The aroma was fragrant, and it was indeed worth the money. Chao Ci did not drink, so she only poured herself a bowl drinking wine. He smiled and asked, "If we fight, what are the chances of winning?" Chao Ci shook his head and said, "This kind of thing is hard to say. There is no guarantee of winning or losing." Do Finxia finished a bowl of wine and sighed. Everyone has come out of the mountain. Seeing that Chao Ci didn't particularly care about the woman, Do Finxia asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chao Ci said softly, "I'm worried that Pianpian and Xian won't be used to it at Duduan." Do Finxia laughed heartily, as expected of a master, and asked tentatively, "How about some wine?" Unexpectedly, Chao Ci glanced at the wine table and didn't refuse. "You can have a drink, and the big bowl will be replaced by a wine glass." Chao Ci's move was so abnormal that Do Finxia even wanted to take on a disciple. A group of people boarded the night boat. On the boat, everything Lu Xianyang saw felt new. Traveling through each city requires a genealogical certificate. Last time he boarded a night ship by mistake, Chen Pingon asked Captain Zhang if he could open a shop in Tushio City. The old master said there was no problem and he was very welcome. It was only when Chen Pingon rushed to Fuyao Island this time and boarded the ship with a talisman on the waterfront of Huashan territory that he learned that the female city owner of Lingxi City, also known as the first city, among the four middle cities, had left the night ship, and she had left the ship before she disembarked. After negotiating with Captain Zhang, Lingxi City will be handed over to Chen Pingon to take care of. If you are not willing to waste your energy and abandon the city, it will be abandoned. In the future, when he finds a suitable candidate for city master, Chen Pingon only needs to communicate with Captain Zhang. Chen Pingon hesitated again and again, but still did not dare to actually take over a Lingxi city. It was not a big problem to help manage it for a while. Entering Lingxi City, there has been no number one city since ancient times. The previous city lord chose to be nicknamed number one city. It is easy to imagine that he is arrogant. Lu Xianyang, Xiaomao and Xiago started shopping, while Chen Pingon stood alone in the Hongqiao corridor, saying something in his heart. The captain of the ship and a young monk came here. The monk put his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Chen Pingon returned the gift with clasped hands. The monk smiled and said, "I wonder what Yingguan wants to ask." Chen Pingon said, "It is said on the mountain that a Taoist cultivator will be reincarnated. If he wants to remember his previous life and enter the mountain to renew his relationship with the Tao, it will be like a golden needle falling into the sea, and there will be no time to return it." The young monk waited patiently. Chen Pingon continued, "I would like to ask the monk whether Chou Miao from the Great Wall of Sword Qi has been reincarnated. If so, where is his current body?" The young monk seemed to have expected it, and said with a smile, "Maybe it is far away in the horizon, and you can't find it without wearing iron shoes. Maybe it is right in front of you, and it takes no effort to get there." Not feeling that it was a useless statement at all, Chen Pingon waited for a moment, naturally wanting a clearer answer, even a rough and vague clue. However, the monk had already said goodbye and left, saying only, "Let's go as the situation arises." Master Zhang did not stay here either, and left Lingxi City together with the monks. It was difficult for Chen Pingon to stay, so he stood leaning on the railing, feeling a little empty in his heart. "I really want to see Chou Miao again, whether it's to take her up the mountain or go to the Ascension City of Colorful World together, so that I can practice Taoism again and continue to practice swordsmanship. Life is like reading a book or a sentence." Sword of Coming Chapter 1138. Night sailing on the sea, wandering duckweeds, and a life of clouds and water. Looking through his memories like flipping through a book to search for historical materials, Chen Pingan opened some memories of the Summer Palace, but soon closed the book again and looked down at a Lingxi city with a pure Tao Qi. Although Lingxi city is one of the 4 middle cities, it occupies a relatively small area. However, the palaces, pavilions, waterside pavilions, and neighborhood gardens in the city are all exquisite. The previous city lord had very little control over the territory under his jurisdiction. He only had to follow a few bottom-line rules for night sailing, and the natives of Lingxi city no longer had any additional laws to abide by. Lingxi city and Tushio city happened to both have the surname Li, but the scenery and customs in the city were 2 extremes. The newly appointed female city lord disembarked from the ship, followed only by the silver-eyed young man with antlers. Before taking a boat to Fuyao Island, Chen Pingan had already met some of the people in charge of the city's affairs. After all, he is in charge of Lingxi city. This move is part of the purpose of the title and cannot be avoided. When they met, Chen Pingan felt that these literati who were well-read in poetry and well-spoken in conversation were too elegant, while they felt that this disciple of the literary sage with the title of a hidden official was too vulgar. Although they are not disgusted with each other, the atmosphere is not harmonious after all, and the so-called one person bows his head and greets the other person with his shoes, in the script and play is absolutely impossible. At that time, Chen Pingan spoke relatively little, but he was Xiaoma who had been reading the books of sages when he arrived at Luopa Mountain. Accompanying those romantic figures who talked endlessly about literature and poetry, they talked about the disputes between Tao and power, the world's orthodoxy and the ups and downs of political dynasties in the past refer to the teachers and friends that Yaxing has always emphasized. How should a true Confucian scholar get along with a righteous king and treat him as a friend, but the king must serve as a teacher? Xiaomo also asked them why Master Dong, as the leader of the Confucian temple, only respected Confucianism and insisted on deposing hundreds of schools of thought, but he used a heavenly word to suppress the emperor and the king. Why does Han Fuzi, the deputy leader of the Confucian temple, say that the king of a country only needs to rule with an arch? Finally, Xiaomo asked them again, what did Master Bai Yujingli say when he said, Taoism will tear the world apart, like a prophecy, and what did he mean? Afterwards, Xiaomo was still a little worried whether he would be too open-minded and cause the young master to have a bad impression with them. After all, Chief Zhou once said that in today's world, when chatting with scholars who have no official status, one must be more careful, and the manuscript should be prepared again and again, otherwise 1 or 2 sentences that are not said correctly will easily be resented. However, Chen Pingan smiled and said it was okay. We would not stay in Lingxi city for a long time. We are full of copper stench and we dare not do any business involving money here. Since it is useless, we should treat these elegant people who are good at conversation with the due etiquette. Just keep a respectful distance. Lu Xianyang and the others returned to the Hongqiao corridor hanging in the sky and said with a smile, it's really a great experience. It's the first time outside the book that I saw so many living gods who are burdened by fame. Guzi is well informed and has solid knowledge. She could tell at a glance that they were dabblers who were dragged back into the book and imprisoned in the text. It is said that this magical power was first developed by Mr. Sanshan Zhouho. Guzi also said that in ancient times, both Taoist priests and scholars were very ambitious in learning. Every word and line was like a yellow bell and a big lu. Unlike now, eggplants beaten by frost are like autumn insects, exuding a sour smell of a small family. Tens of thousands of years ago, the sages and scholars studied heaven and man and created words. Mr. Sanshan and the 9 lords looked at all the images. It seemed that there was a wild monster who specialized in studying the world. All the tunes. It seems to be the great monster of the 14th realm who later changed his name to Lu Fian in the wild world. Unfortunately, he was eaten. Guzi praised the master behind this ship. He is very talented and talented. He was able to learn from everyone's strengths. He borrowed a little from here and stole a little from there. The night sailing ship now looks like an archive. Similar. Having said this, Lu Xianying clasped his fists and shook his head. Guzzi, it's okay. The girl in the mink hat smiled brightly and returned the salute with her fists clasped. Brother Lu, where are you? Lu Xianying continued to shake his fist. Here, here. As expected of Lingxi City, the two sides looked at each other. Thanks dog, ha ha ha. Lu Xianying, ha ha ha. Chen Pingon glanced at Xiao Amo who had a smile on his face. He went out and his Taoist monk looked like a fool. You don't care. Xiao Amo obviously didn't want to worry about it. Xiago and Lu Jianxian had similar personalities, and they were both very generous, so they naturally fell in love at first sight. On the way here, they had already made an appointment. As long as the mountain owner's wife didn't mind losing her status, Xiago would be the bridesmaid together. Xiago laughed and said, the mountain master has fallen into a bowtie's nest. Lu Xianying wiped his lips and nodded, I didn't come in vain. This hongqiao was built within the palace, and there were many female officials patrolling everywhere. They had curved eyebrows and plump cheeks, graceful figures, flowing trains and long sleeves. They were pink, white and dark green. They carried palace lanterns made of white paper and bamboo strips, with famous words and phrases written in red ink on the paper, accompanied by a few lines of graceful comments in small regular script. The residents of the city, in history, were not prominent people who held high positions in temples and dynasties, and advanced and retreated from hundreds of officials. They were all depressed people with different talents and fates. Now they have become poor and lonely people living in remote rivers and lakes. Chen Pingon was going to look at some secret files behind closed doors, and Xiao Mo followed. Lu Xianying said he wanted to talk to Guzzi about something, and thanked Guzzi for tilting his mink hat. Of course, Chen Pingon would not occupy the magpie's nest in the previous palace residence of the city lord. This kind of thing still needs to be discussed to avoid suspicion. Although he, the city lord, has a code name, he can already access a considerable number of documents according to the regulations of night sailing. Chen Pingon put a bowl of glutinous rice wine on the table and treated it like a story. There was no reason to think that the boat trip from Hanging Mountain back then across the sea was a treasure-eating whale that owned several ancient broken secret realms. It seems that Lu Tai is now following Zhang Fenghai and creating a new sect. Chen Pingon is kneeling down to think about this process. Lu Tai, who is afraid that the world will not be in chaos, must be provoking and fanning the flames. As for Lu Tai and his group of self-established Qingming Taoist officials, why did they cross the world at this time and choose to travel in the wilderness? It may also have a sense of proving their innocence. At the same time, let's sit back and watch, and then decide which side to bet on. Chen Pingon took out a rough geographical map of Kansas. He held his hands in his sleeves and wandered uncertainly on the map. The names of the mountains and rivers here have the same names as those of several worlds. Chen Pingon had an idea, stretched out his finger, clicked on the picture, and said to himself, just choose this place to stay. How many years will it take to practice Taoism? It is a mountain range. The mountain is named Dilung and its ancient name is Zhongnan. Lu Xianying and the girl in the mink hat walked out of the Hongqiao corridor and continued to climb up to look far into the distance. When they reached the top of the high-rise building, bells were ringing under the eaves and the wind was blowing. Lu Xianying leaned on the railing and said with a smile, "Bai Jing, since we are friends now, I will open the skylight and speak frankly. Do you mind?" The girl in the mink hat grinned and said, "Maybe Bai Jing will mind, but Xiago definitely doesn't care. Just tell me, whether it's reasonable or not, I'll listen to it." Lu Xianyang nodded and said straight to the point, since you are the owner of the pair of Weijia and the temporary guardian who replaced Shema, why did Chen Pingan encounter several dangerous sneak attacks that cannot be traced back to him while he was in retreat at Fiola Dojo? Is this armor lent to Chen Pingan for self-defense? Is it because this armor is of such high grade and so well-dressed that you can't take it off after you put it on? Xiago blinked his eyes and answered the question. Does Lu Jianxian even know such secrets? In the wilderness, in the mountains, or in the outer world, I have never sacrificed this thing, let alone boasted to anyone that I own this treasure. Who did Lu Jianxian hear this from? Master Qin. It can't be him, the master never does anything that makes things difficult for others. Xiaomi, it's even more impossible. Could it be Tongye Sukingtong with that big mouth? Lu Xianyang smiled and said, the mountain people have their own clever tricks and can know people's affairs throughout the ages. Xiago held up his ermine hat and said, I won't beat around the bush, just tell you the truth. Before I came to the wilderness, I made an agreement with Mr. Bai. Whenever he fights with the young master to death, we must rush back to help fight in the wilderness. Master Bai spoke cheerfully, saying that he would crawl over even if he was half dead. Bai Jing has a weird temper and is moody, but it is the most important promise. Once he breaks the promise, he will feel guilty for a long time. This feeling is too uncomfortable, I don't want it to happen a second time. The weft armor I'm wearing is one of my trump cards. It's not the kind of life and death battle that requires risking one's life. It's best not to show up so as not to be judged by interested people. Make preparations in advance. Fighting is similar, they are equally powerful, it just depends on who has more killer tricks. Xiago snapped his fingers and said, before giving the real reason, I first invite Lu Jianxian to read some interesting almanacs. In Lu Xianyang's heart lake, there were waves of turbulent waves without any warning, and accompanied by roaring sounds, hanging portraits suddenly erected on the lake. Some of the pictures were blurry, but they all contained great spiritual meaning. Even Lu Xianyang had to steady his mind and condense a mustard seed of his mind to hold his breath and look inside, so as not to disturb his Taoist mind. Some of them were seen by Bai Jing with her own eyes, and some were imagined by her. Different armors, different owners. The monk's divine and invincible golden body is the most important thing to trace back to his origins and recognize his ancestors. Therefore, this old monk, who is said to best understand the origin of the ancestors coming from the West, does not need to wear sutra armor at all. Xiago jumped on the railing, sat down, leaned forward slightly, put his fists on his knees. Oh, that swordsman leader who is one of the 10 ancient heroes, has a profound Tao Chi in both offense and defense, and is better than all a swordsman. To be more powerful, he almost never speaks, his Taoist roots are mysterious and unknown, he climbs high with his sword, and defeats all the 127 formations set up by the heavens. His true body, one on the left and one on the right, is this people are responsible for clearing all obstacles on the road on both sides. Lu Xianyang looked strange. Xiago had a complicated look on his face and murmured, can you imagine that in the entire earth, all sentient beings feel the connection in their hearts, just like incense is burning everywhere, but they no longer pray to the gods, but with a common goal, hope. On the way to the sky, there was a huge crowd of scholars. From the earliest position in the center, they soon became the front line of the battle formation. They fought one after another and died generously. After a long silence, Lu Xianyang couldn't help but ask, may I ask, where is the Taoist ancestor in this battle? Xiago smiled and said, it's the same as before, how can it be better? He will always live in isolation, more like than a god. In the past, there was a preaching without any sectarian views, and the ancient Taoist team was like a long dragon. He was hanging on the tail of the team far away in the mountains and rivers of the earth. When he completely broke up with the ancient gods and started a war, Tao ancestor was still walking at the back. Naturally, it was not that Tao ancestor was timid in fighting, and it was not that Tao ancestor was not strong enough. It was just because we all refining qi. Shidu knows very well that it must and can only be done by him, to decide the outcome with the final word. Xiaogo's eyes sparkled. In terms of origin, every one of the most cowardly, selfish, and mediocre people in later generations has the blood of ancient heroes flowing through them. Xiaogo grinned, but now, everyone is comparing who my father and my master are, and how much money the family has. It's so annoying. Lu Xianying laughed it off. Xiaogo's face turned cold. It's because I have seen with my own eyes those magnificent people who sacrificed their lives. So I think the world today is so disappointing. Taoist Lu Yan once said that a certain kind of wine would never be touched by anyone in rich places, but would only be sold in poor and cold places. The surface of the newly brewed wine is green and lovely, and the dregs float like ants. On your side, I first invite you to be Qianyu's bridesmaid, and then I ask you this question. Already prepared for trouble? Xiaogo wowed. If you put it that way, I understand. Lu Xianying smiled and said, Guzi, whoever thinks we are fools is a real fool. Xiaogo nodded vigorously with a straight face. That's necessary. Today's world is complicated. If you are not smart, you can't achieve anything. Being too smart is also bad. Like us, it's just right. Haha, great wisdom. Lu Xianying echoed, the golden mean is as wise as foolish. She was immediately worried. Brother Lu, will Xiao Mo be jealous if we have such a happy chat? Lu Xianying said, why don't we go back to Aquarius continent and pretend that we don't know each other? Or just pretend that we haven't reached an agreement today, which will hurt the harmony and make brothers and sisters with different surnames turn against each other. Xiaogo stroked his paws and smiled. What a great plan. Xiaogo came back to his senses and wondered, why did Brother Lu break up with the Mountain Master so many times back then? I think the Mountain Master's behavior was not like this when he was young. Lu Xianying smiled and said, he has always been the same. There is no difference. But I have a bad mouth. I have never been taboo about talking. I spend money like water. I have no money after paying off the bills at the end of the month. I always put my head first and not my bottom when I do things. Just Chen Pingon, that attentive and cautious temper, never listens to my advice. Who can stand it after so many times? Xiaogo became more and more confused. Brother Lu is quite proud. Lu Xianying asked, isn't it worth being proud of? Just as Xiaogo was about to express her heartfelt agreement, her expression changed slightly. She hurriedly said, diarrhea, and ran away. While waiting for an opportunity to hide, Xiaogo secretly slandered a certain disciple of the old blind man who opened and closed the door. When you were on your study tour, you just read your sage's books carefully. You always asked people if Pei Qian was the princess who lived among the people. What to do? Lu Xianying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She originally wanted to ask Xiaogo. According to her description, were the 14 realms and earth immortals in ancient times too powerful? In just an instant, Lu Xianying felt something was wrong, squinted his eyes and looked somewhere, ready to hand over the sword at any time. On the sea, someone was able to catch up with the night ship. The burly man stretched out his hand to open the formation and strode into it. When he landed, the ship's hull shook violently, and hundreds of feet of waves arose on the nearby sea surface. The man looked around and said with a smile, Master, you don't have to show up to entertain the guests. You'll find someone to chat with, and you don't have to act like you're facing a formidable enemy. Chen Pingon didn't get up, but looked up at the door. The burly man pushed open the door and entered with such majestic momentum that he looked like a mountain moving across the room. He said a few words at once, which made Chen Pingan's eyelids tremble slightly. Show me is too impatient. It's time for me to come out. The group of great demons who had been sleeping for thousands of years, including Bai Jing, Wumingxi, Li Gu, etc., all followed the ancestor of the military strategist and started a vigorous war again. The first battle in ancient times was called Ascending to the Sky, and everyone united as one. The second battle was actually an internal conflict. At that time, almost the entire demon clan chose to bet on one person. According to Old Man Yang's disparaging statement, it was an internal conflict with uneven distribution of spoils. After conquering the heaven, giving rewards according to merit, sitting around and eating fruits, few people are satisfied with the results. Although Xiao Mo always liked to ask people about swords, he never got involved in these meaningless conflicts of interest. Chen Pingan changed the subject. Over at Chuanzhou Mountain, I heard Xiao Mo say that Senior has just visited Qingming World. The man picked a chair and sat down on his own, saying, "Get back some things that should belong to me, and then find a friend to reminisce about old times." I originally thought that after drinking, I would go to Yashan to meet the man who is known as several people. Master Lin, who is the best in martial arts in the world. I never thought that my old friend's dojo would remain the same, but things have changed. My old friend always acted in a sophisticated way, and had already planned for his death. After thousands of years of long-term preparations, he finally succeeded. A 14th level monk appeared who took advantage of him, and his power was similar to that of the founder. I originally wanted to give him some advice because I missed the friendship with his ancestor, but that Shanfeng family was really in a mess, from top to bottom. There were not many good ones inside and out. If my old friend had known something, I was afraid that the coffin board would not be able to cover it. So I kept my temper and talked to him for a few words, never thinking that the guy was a tactless person, in turn, sarcastic and weird words. With my temper, how can I tolerate him? The two parties agreed, verbally concluded a life and death agreement, and had a fight. Who would have expected that it was a 14th realm, even if it was freshly baked and mixed with wine? The thing about water is so weak and vulnerable. Chen Pingan said nothing. The man laughed loudly. His dojo seems to be incompatible with martial arts. Whenever he mentions pure martial arts, he will say, martial arts are all about hard words. As a result, the martial arts masters in a state heard that he had reached the 14th realm. They all went to other states, but it can be seen from this that the warriors of Izhou are indeed disgraceful. It is no wonder that these Taoist officials and immortal masters look down on the warriors. It is just that it is absolutely wrong to make a life and death agreement, and to ask questions in a strange way. I said, "What do you think of my comments about martial artists? What does it have to do with fellow Taoist?" The man narrowed his eyes and smiled, and asked, "Chen Pingan, do you think it's none of my business?" Chen Pingan said, "Put yourself in your shoes. If I were a senior, I would probably reply, yes, you are right. Fellow Taoist, what you said is correct." The man then burst into laughter and rubbed the handle of the chair with his palm. "Fellow Taoist Bixiao is right. This boy is a thief and a thief. He is indeed very experienced and is a good material for learning martial arts." Chen Pingan said, "Senior, when you have free time, you can go see Chao Ci. I believe you will not be disappointed." The man nodded and said, "I've seen it before, and it's much more pleasing to my eye than you." Chen Pingan was choked for words. The man said, "The price has been negotiated in advance. This time my boarding the ship means inspecting and picking up the goods." Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief. It should be so. The wild world. Deciduous foreign tree. The Guishu passages connecting the two worlds are the Tuiji in the East China Sea, Xinjiang in the South China Sea, Sunset in the West Sea, and Tianmu in the North Sea. They are located in the wild and remote places, far apart from each other. Therefore, the Zhongti Confucian Temple arranged a large number of top combat forces to sit in the death place. At the same time, Haran opened 3 huge ferries in the northern part of the wild world, named Bingzhu, Zuma and Damai. The military strategist has made a rough estimate that Haran Jojo will use 30% of its strength to defend against the invasion of the wild monster clan. Now, he wants to use 70% of his strength to attack the barbaric world. On the Confucian Academy side, a large number of great gentlemen and gentlemen who have obtained the title of gentleman are already on the front line of the battlefield at the exit of Guishu. In addition, some gentlemen and a large number of sages from the academy walked on the 2 ferries to gain experience. On the side of the ruins of the Wild Sun, in addition to Su Zi, the top combat forces include Lu Qi, a newly promoted 14th realm monk, Song Changjing, the coach of the Great Li Cavalry, and Zhang Taoxia, who has long been at the level of the ultimate realm but has the Taoist name Long Bo, as well as the leader of Tongyi's Hao Yugui sect, Sword Immortal Wei Ying, Jijia warrior Wu Shu and others. Although Su Zi is still in the Ascension realm and Lu Qi is in the 14th realm, Su Zi is still the person in charge of this place. Today there are visitors visiting. They are 2 Taoist priests who traveled here together. The middle-aged Taoist priest is wearing a yellow robe and long beard, and the old Taoist priest is wearing a green robe and a crane cloak. They seem to be very different in age. After telling him the reason at the checkpoint, Su Zi soon laughed heartily, left the temporary office, and walked quickly towards the Taoist priest with an immortal style. He hugged him and said happily, "Brother Zijing. We haven't seen each other for many years, and we meet again in Yun. Water room." The middle-aged Taoist priest smiled and said, "Fortunately." This long-bearded Taoist priest was named Yang Shichang, also known as Zijing. His Taoist temple was located in Kongtong Mountain. The Taoist priest's face is like a crown jade, and he wears a purple bamboo flute at his waist. In the autumn of a certain year, during Su Zi's official career, he went boating at night with his friends and wrote a poem to record it, which became a well-known masterpiece. In the boat, Susie buckled down the side and sang loudly. There was a guest who played the flute, and he sang along with them. Close friends talk about mysteries together, wash the cup and drink more, the cups and plates are in a mess, and our pillows are messy, unaware of the whiteness of the east. Susie seemed to be pointing out something and said with a smile, "Brother Zijing, we are now at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Since you are at the key point of cultivating the Tao, why bother wading into muddy waters and risking yourself?" Yang Shichang smiled and said, "Brother Su, why do you need to ask questions knowingly? To put it more tactfully, the bottleneck of the immortal realm seems to be inferior to the bottleneck of the ascension realm." Suzy said, "It is true that I am admiring Buddhism. I am a Confucian disciple after all. There are certain things that I must do my duty." Yang Shichang said, "Suzy is a scholar. How can a poor Taoist stop studying?" Suzy laughed loudly, "I can make an exception for Brother Zijing and go have a drink." The last time the world was in chaos, there were many Taoist priests like Chao Rong, the Lingfiguan Tianjun of Aquarius Island, who went down the mountain during the troubled times. When the war was calmed down, they retired with success. In the past, when the front line was pushed all the way to Jinjiazu in the north by the barbarian army, there were 7 or 8 Taoist priests with amazing Taoist power. They were everywhere in the south, killing all directions and killing monsters when they encountered them, which put a lot of pressure on the rear of the barbarian army. Especially in the last battle, 5 Taoist priests directly raided a military tent station, shattering the entire Diua Mountains, and finally forced the military tent to relocate to another location due to heavy battle damage. And among this group of Taoist priests, there were only 2 left. The last time the Zhongte Confucian Temple held an invitation, the two Taoist priests refused to go. The taciturn green-robed Taoist priest said, "Su Zi, are the formations so complicated?" Su Zi suppressed his smile, nodded and said, "The Confucian Temple has long required that the formations at the major ferry crossings must be able to withstand the full blows of the great monsters of the 14th wilderness realm. The reason couldn't be simpler. As long as you can block the attack of the wild monster, the 14th realm of Hauran will take action." The green-robed Taoist priest nodded and said, "Although this poor Taoist is not good at catching and killing enemies, he can do his best for this formation." Su Zi saluted and said with a smile, "Thank you in advance. I'm very grateful. But this requires 3 or 4 people from the Confucian Temple to nod. The formations are interlocked, and one move affects the whole body. It involves the safety of millions of people around the ferry. We must be careful and careful. Therefore, the addition, deletion or replacement of each formation link requires several ferry directors, including Su Zi. All need to report detailed information to the Zhongte Confucian Temple." Lu Qi once said with a smile that the so-called 3 or 4 people actually meant that 2 or 3 people expressed their opinions, and the real key behind the scenes was just one person who said yes or no. The green-robed Taoist priest didn't take it seriously, looked at him and said calmly, "It should be so." Pindao traveled to Baidi City among the colorful clouds in the past, and had the honor to discuss the foundation of the formation with Mr. Zheng. Not long ago, a group of academy disciples came here to practice. They had been at Zuma Ferry earlier to help with the general affairs. Among the team was a young Confucian scholar named Li Huai, who came from Beipingzu Cliff Academy, one of the 72 academies of the Confucian Temple, and his title was Sage. He was almost surrounded by gentlemen and sages, and he did not appear to be out of the ordinary. During their long journeys, the academy disciples often exchanged knowledge together and discussed the meaning of life and destiny. Li Huai did not take the initiative to speak, but only listened carefully. Occasionally, someone asked him to express his opinion, and Li Huai just say, "You don't understand." At first, some people mistakenly thought that Li Huai was sincere, introverted, and did not like to talk, so he only listened but did not speak. After getting along for a long time, I realized that Li Huai really didn't understand. But Li Huai is indeed open-minded and eager to learn, so fellow gentlemen and sages will not look down upon Li Huai. Once the relationship was good, they would each ask about their master's biography. Li Huai only said that the headmaster of the academy at that time was Mao Sai, who is now the Liji Academy. Mao Xiaodong, the secretary of Liji Academy, is now a famous person in the Chinese Confucian Temple. It is recognized that he is rigorous in scholarship, selfless, and able to convince others with reason. Mao Sai, who was transferred to the lineage of Lixing, stayed in the Chinese Confucian Temple, mainly to assist the former mentor Lixing in handling various affairs. What a coincidence, right? Regarding this matter, there were some private discussions inside and outside the Confucian Temple and on Hauran Mountain. I heard it was the idea of the closed disciple. Impossible. Think it's impossible? That's because you haven't been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Is there any way here? Doorway. Hey, that's a lot. A short, stooped old man came without saying hello. What was particularly special was that beside the old man, there was a person who should never be here. They just appeared out of thin air in front of everyone and entered this majestic and heavily guarded city. Su Zi and several big monks said don't worry about it. Walking in the city, the man's realm was high enough. If he paid a little attention, he could see the brilliance of the formation flowing everywhere. The man was amazed. The defense here is a bit exaggerated. The other places are also at a similar level. The stacking of formations upon formations is seamless and there is no concern about conflict between the formations. Let me just talk about one of them, which is 5 element formations stacked into one again. It is exquisite and brilliant. The old man nodded. In several places, the gap is limited, and it is getting thicker every day. Those monks on the mountain tops are all shameless, very keen on comparison, and do not want to lose face. Over there in Harantianxia, there has never been any. There is a shortage of strange people and talents, but now there is no shortage of gods and money. The man asked worriedly, "Fellow Taoist Jisher, please be honest. If I am beaten up, will you be responsible?" The old man asked back, "I always keep my word. Do you still want a word of truth?" The man sighed and said, "If I accept you as a Taoist friend, I will be more blind than you." The old man said, "You have such a bad mouth. Why did you get under Yang Ji or Guan Yi's skirt before you came here?" The man is convinced and shuts up. Approaching a place, the old man quietly pulled his collar and straightened his sleeves. The man just felt that his eyes had been opened and his trip was worthwhile. A member of the Great Li army, Wai Lang, was giving a lecture to nearly 100 people. Holding a painting stick, he reviewed and explained the pros and cons, gains and losses of both sides in a recent battle. Those present here include gentlemen and sages from the academy, chi refiners from hundreds of schools of thought, as well as military generals from all continents who are in charge of the army. There were no empty seats in the school. Li Huai sat in the corner by the window, and would write down important points when he heard them. Although Li Huai was not proficient in the formation of troops, he had a small hobby, so he listened very carefully to the lectures. The skinny old man, with sunken eyes, put his hands behind his back, stood on tiptoes outside the window, and looked at Li Huai, who was bent over his desk and immersed in writing. Next to the old man, or to be precise, at his feet, there was a middle-aged man with a strong build. He was leaning against the corner of the wall, grabbing a handful of soil and holding it in his hand, rubbing it slowly. The old man was quite pleased with himself. "I don't have a name. How about my apprentice?" The middle-aged man, who was ridiculed as nameless, was really puzzled. He let go of his hand, stood up and asked, "What's the how?" Qualifications for monasticism. Born with a strong bone. Divine will and Taoism. This young man is very bad. The old man was too lazy to say anything else. Li Huai noticed the shadow on the table, looked up, and suddenly saw 2 more heads outside the window. He was startled. After seeing clearly that it was the old blind man, he put down his pen and rubbed his wrist. Soon he found that the sir teaching the class and several students nearby were all looking towards him. Li Huai felt embarrassed and quickly signaled with his eyes that the old blind man should leave quickly. "The class is not over yet, what are you doing there?" The old blind man said in his heart, "It's okay, well just wait until you finish class, and it won't hinder the students who dare to speak and listen." Li Huai became anxious and used the method of concentrating the sound into a line, "Old blind man, don't talk nonsense." The old blind man smiled and said, Okay, you just continue to listen to the class. Even if I am a spectator, the teacher can't chase people away." Then a handsome man with a willow branch hanging from his waist came here. The old blind man said nothing. He only raised his hand and ordered to expel the guests. Unsurprisingly, she was rejected and Lu Qi had to leave silently. The man smiled and said, "Li Gu is still waiting at your dojo." The old blind man asked, "Did I make him wait?" The man is helpless. I think back on those days when we were so famous. Fellow Taoist priest of Diji Temple, neither in appearance nor in conversation, is as virtuous as he is now. How elegant and elegant, how outstanding. 100,000 mountains. There is no one, standing high and looking far away, lifeless and desolate. The owner was not at home, and a young wild monster came here alone and sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff. After the boy was woken up by Bai Zhe, the Qinquan bag and the demon-catching gourd had been hanging around his waist. However, during the last meeting, Xiao Sun used a lame excuse and gave it to Firen as part of her generosity. Little things that don't matter. The 10,000 years of waiting have not been in vain. After all, I have reached a higher level. Unlike Yang Ji and Zhu Yan, the great beasts of the wilderness who have never fallen asleep, very little is known about them in Haoran Tianxia. It is hard to imagine that he and his temple had been together with that group of ancient scholars, and even had a good relationship at the beginning. For example, Taoist friend Jitsi wants to be the second scholar in the world to refine the natal character. And he has always hoped to build a literal book city, with the king on the back. Thanks to Wenhai Zhoumi who first paved the way and then gave way, the matter was finally accomplished. Now he has replaced the old fox Tong Tian who left the sky and became the master of words in the wild world. The young man habitually took out a book from his sleeve, and while patiently waiting for someone, he concentrated on reading. He was reading, and his voice was very rhythmic, as if the recitation itself was Taoism. The taste of books is like rice grains, like delicacies, like glutinous rice wine, like strong wine, and the taste of various schools of thought is like glutinous rice wine. Thousands of years ago, he and Jishin were indeed the same people, and they wanted to spread the world through books. As for a certain place in the wilderness not long ago, a demon monk who was good at talismans accidentally entered the Haoran Jai. The young man was indifferent to this careful secret arrangement and just kept observing the flow of literary fortunes there from a distance. When the lecture was over, there was an academy sage who was familiar with Li Huai. His hometown was Lixiaozu. He noticed something strange outside the window and asked softly, "Li Huai, who are you?" Li Huai was a little embarrassed and explained, "He is my master, the kind from the mountain, not the gentleman from the academy." The sage didn't ask any more questions, and just said with a sudden look on his face, "Okay, you kid has hidden it quite well." Li Huai chuckled. The young sage bowed to the old blind man outside the window, his hands behind his back. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After all the students in this classroom had left, the old blind man took the unknown person into it. The master and the disciple sat opposite each other with a desk separated from each other. Anonymous was still sitting against the wall. Li Huai asked carefully, "Master, who is this senior?" The old blind man said casually, "Don't worry about him, he has no name." The man clasped his fists towards Li Huai and said with a mellow and elegant smile, "Li Huai, I have admired you for a long time. I am so lucky to meet you. I am just a martial artist who plays tricks on my fists and legs." Just when Li Huai was about to speak, the old blind man already said, "There is no need to salute, he is not worthy of such a thing." The man nodded with a smile and helped himself out. A real man doesn't stick to trivial matters and does whatever he wants. Li Huai said from his heart, "Old blind man, if you keep acting like this, you will have no friends." The old blind man smiled and said, "I don't have many friends to begin with. Those who are friends will get used to me being like this." Li Huai clicked his tongue in amazement and gave a thumbs up. "It's amazing, well-reasoned and flawless." The old blind man smiled and asked, "Do you want a drink?" Li Huai laughed angrily and said, "Do you want a drink?" The old blind man said, "Good disciple, don't be so rigid all the time. The world is so big that few people care about who belongs to whom." Li Huai raised his chin, "It makes so much sense. Are you going to become a master tomorrow?" The old blind man said happily, "I can teach you, but they can't bear it." Li Huai asked, "On the way here, how many kilograms of wine did you drink with some appetizers?" The old blind man smiled and said, Anonymous crossed his arms across his chest, leaned his head back against the wall, and simply closed his eyes to rest. He was really tired. I always feel that Li Huai alone can catch people off guard more than Xiao Sun and Bai Jing chatting together. The old blind man was silent for a moment, then asked abruptly, Li Huai, when you recognize the master, you are not looking for a backer, right? Li Huai opened his eyes wide and asked directly without hesitation, if I don't look for a backer, why should I look for a master? Ha! The old blind man stretched out his withered fingers and scratched his sunken cheek. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. What the disciple said makes perfect sense. Anonymous even wanted to completely shut down his consciousness and not see or listen. I have to admit that the qualifications and courage of this good disciple of fellow Taoist Jitsi are inversely proportional. Li Huai explained, when I was a child, my mother was my supporter at home. Later, when I traveled to study abroad, I found Chen Pingan as my supporter. At Sui Cliff Academy, Li Baoping, Lin Shui, and others were all my supporters. Now that I am worshipping you as my teacher, you don't want to be my supporter. Should I be your supporter? Old blind man, are you alone in the dojo, with no one to take care of your food and daily life? You are hungry and panicking. Why don't you stop talking to me here? What about the words? The old blind man laughed it off and changed the subject. Here in Haoren Tianxia, you have a good relationship with the boy named Qin. We are both from the same sect and from the same hometown. He has one advantage, that is, he is nostalgic, so I feel more at ease. Li Huai added, young Taoist is not bad either. We have a good relationship. The old blind man didn't say anything, as if whenever he mentioned the Taoist title of young Taoist, he couldn't help but want to pull that ascension realm over and step on it a few times. He continued, in the colorful world, Ning Yao's Nizi is like my own junior. Besides, when Chen Shi was young, he once walked through the 100,000 mountains. I gave a few pointers, which were taught by Chen Qingdu. Of course he has to repay this favor, which is not a big or small favor. So when you travel to the colorful world in the future, you can ask Chen Shi to be your backer and accompany you to see the mountains and rivers. Li Huai suddenly showed his characteristic of being a denizen, that is an old swordsman who has made great achievements in the sword Qi Great Wall. I don't dare to say this, and I don't have the shame. I will be scared when I meet him. The old blind man seemed to have expected this, and nodded, so I have explained the situation to Qin Shi, now Qin Ji of Ascension City, and he said it is no problem. As long as you arrive in the colorful world, he will protect you. Li Huai coughed and lowered his voice and said, how do you speak? Don't make us master and apprentice seem to be members of a gang. The old blind man smiled calmly and said, the world of human beings is just like a bird. It's almost the same. The old blind man is not that particular. Li Huai quickly reminded, I don't want to say this here. The old blind man continued, you need to travel thousands of miles to study and practice. When it comes to the majesty of mountains and rivers, the vast wilderness has its own merits. So I also helped you make an appointment with a group of people to see more of the scenery here. Just feel free to travel with them. The leader, the Taoist priest, named Zhang Fenghai, can barely see the new 14th realm. In addition, one of them is an old friend with Qin Pingan, so there is no need to worry about being isolated and having nothing to talk about. They are on their way here. Li Huai said with a smile, I dare you, the old blind man, to support you here as an orphan. I'm not a prince either. Anonymous was speechless. He and his fellow Taoist priests have known each other for more than 10,000 years, and there are only a few who dare to talk to him like this sincerely. The old blind man scratched his face and smiled. He was worthy of being his apprentice, and his words were heartwarming and pleasant to the ears. Li Huai couldn't hold it on any longer, so he gradually stopped smiling and looked gloomy. He stopped talking several times, but finally forced out a smile. Looking at the old man opposite, Li Huai spoke slowly, as if talking to himself, asking and answering, "Master, that's what I say, but there are always things that have to be done, and there is nothing you can do about it. Master, can you give me a guarantee that you will come back as soon as you finish your business? Even if I went to a place not close by, and I won't be back to Shawandashan for a while, but it'll always come back, right? Master, you're at such a high level, can you still do such a small thing?" How could the old blind man say some comforting words? He held it in for a long time and looked at Li Huai for a long time before he slowly said, "A man stands upright and bleeds without shedding tears." Li Huai was stunned and speechless. At the top of the mountain, Li Guo felt a little sentimental, put away his books, put his hands on his knees, and muttered to himself, "My generation of Taoists has a heart as pure as glass, and a mind as clear as Taishu. I once uttered wild words. If I hadn't lived for 100,000 years, what would I be like in the world? The road has its shores, and its laws are boundless. Martyrdom for the word, martyrdom for the body. Going alone is just being generous." In the turbulent years of ancient times, human Qigong masters wanted to complete their achievements in one battle. Countless Taoist priests gathered in a certain place in the human world almost suddenly, regardless of race, technique or lineage, they all share the same Taoism. When they were about to ascend to heaven, a handsome man with a fluttering blue robe, disheveled hair, walked over, looking extremely elegant and unrestrained. He said to the group of Taoist priests leading the group with the highest realm, "You just need to change places to reach heaven, and don't worry about helping other battlefields." He looked up and said, "This road will be opened by me." A big demon looked solemn and said, "Ji Temple, don't act recklessly. It will never work if you act alone. The matter is very important, so don't act on impulse. At worst, you and the rest of us can lead the charge side by side. Follow that rule. The old rule is, if I die first, you should quickly chew my real body to repair your power and move on." There was a big demon with a long stick on his shoulders who was impatient and said with a ferocious smile, "Jitsi, who do you think you are? Are you the one at the front of that group of Taoist priests or the one at the back? Don't block you, Grandpa Yuan. Either go up the road together or get away." Jisher turned a deaf ear and didn't even look at him. He just said, "If you want to follow, just follow. Remember not to drag me down to clear the way." As he spoke, a majestic Dharma statue with a height of 1,000,000 feet appeared on the earth, standing in the world. It suddenly rose from the ground and soared into the sky. The majestic Tao Chi showed a blue-purple color, the same color as the sky. The Dharma image shines brightly, the golden light is bright and dazzling. A huge Dharma image that contains infinite Taoist meanings will disrupt a long river of time wherever it goes. Sword of Coming Chapter 1139. Chen Pingan brought the first ancestor of the military strategist to Xinjiang Tiandi, and at the same time greeted Yu Shiwu and roughly explained the situation. Yu Shiwu was very happy and agreed immediately, making up his mind to let nature take its course. The man smiled and said, "Chen Jianxian is very sincere. Aren't you afraid of luring thieves into the house, destroying this place, and stealing it all? But there are 2 more places that have been set up to prevent the light from being seen." Chen Pingan was silent. The man looked around, seeing all the fantasy worlds, just like fancy bird cages. He said disapprovingly, "Today's Qigong practitioners have so many tricks. They like to spend their whole lives, giving up the big for the small, and they put aside the word Tao. With the word Shu swirling around, no wonder he dared to call himself an earth immortal after forming an elixir." Chen Pingan declined to comment and just listened. The man asked, "Do you know how to give those pieces of paper real life?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't dare to try it easily." The man said, if you are too soft-hearted, don't be the leader. Since you are in the top position, don't expect to be kind to everyone, otherwise it will be easy to do the thing of saving one and killing 10,000. People's hearts have their own scales the day after tomorrow, so just ignore them. Regardless of right or wrong, innate human nature is always the same, and it is easy for people to regret it anyway. This is the experience of someone who has been through it. Remember to think carefully and don't let it go easily. Chen Pingan nodded and said, keep it in mind. I am quite introverted and rarely talk. The man raised his arm and turned it a few times, and there was a faint tremor in the joints and bones. Killing the Qingming Taoist official in the 14th realm was not a trivial matter after all. It was impossible without paying a small price. He said with a smile, I just heard that you like your mother-in-law the most. To be fair, it's like an old woman's foot-binding cloth. The guests just do as they please, just go where they want. Chen Pingan said, easy to say. The man suddenly asked, is it because you know my identity and realm that you are so careful and patient? Chen Pingan said, it's human nature. There are 100 people, and I'm just one of the 99. The man nodded and said, only one left can be heroic and informal. I have seen many such Taoist priests of all races. Chen Pingan added, I am patient when listening to anyone. The man stretched out his hand to hold down the railing of the white jade stone bridge. Fellow Taoist Bishao asked me to send you some words. Chen Pingan asked curiously, please tell me. The man said, when people are soft-spoken, they like to talk sense and be stupid. After all, courage is commendable. When you are in a high position, you will be annoying if you start nagging again, and you will be suspected of being a good person after getting an advantage. Bishao fellow Taoist, I ask you to think more and not be led by reason. Chen Pingan said, Xian Ling, the man smiled and said, it's just a mental understanding, not a spiritual understanding. Chen Jiangxian's implication is that he accepts his kindness and does not agree with it. It's okay. I'm only responsible for passing on the message. I won't go to fellow Taoist Bishao to gossip, which will spoil the impression. Chen Pingan didn't answer the question. I finally understand a little bit why my predecessors could raise their arms and call out, and the world would gather to respond. The man laughed heartily and said, I've never been able to flatter anyone, but you have some unique skills in chatting with people. A good man doesn't mention his bravery in the past. If he talks nonsense about being glorious despite defeat, I still feel cursed. I was reminiscing with fellow Taoist Bishao earlier, and the stinky old Taoist said that I am not the best in practicing Taoism or martial arts. I am really strong. Is the skill of painting cakes the best in the world? I originally said this, even if I went back to enjoy the fun, the atmosphere was harmonious, the host and the guest were suitable, but unexpectedly, the stinky old man had to add a superfluous sentence. Have pity on those pancake eaters who are starving to death. Yu Shiwu rushed here and saw the tall, laughing man on the bridge. He was inevitably worried. He is now the nascent soul. Facing this legendary head of the family of 3 religions and 1 family, his Taoist heart is agitated. Even if Yu Shiwu tries his best to stabilize his Taoist heart, it is still in vain. Even if he just stood face to face with him, Yu Shiwu already had some signs of being out of body. The man was quite surprised. Back then, I was willing to admit defeat and was forced to surrender. I was allowed to be beheaded together. My old friend got his head, and the rest was divided among 4 unknown people. The body was divided among 4 unknown people. A total of 5 martial arts fortunes created the future generations. Of the 5 ghouls, you kid only has 3 of them. Why are you doing so poorly? Your body and soul are so soft, will you fall with the wind? If it were the new 14th in Qingming Tianxia, how could there be more? 2 copies. This time I visit the mountains to reminisce, so I won't be able to retrieve the original so easily. Chen Pingan knew clearly in his heart that the reason why the still unknown XINC4 was approached and killed by the ancestor of the military strategist was definitely not just because of verbal offense. The man shook his head. Actually, the Taoist cultivation base is not bad, but the Taoist heart is too weak. A man who lies on the ground early and waits for death just because he knows the sky will fall will end up with a man who weighs 100 kilograms and cannot carry 100 kilograms of burden. Yu Shiwu had a wry smile on his face. The words of the founder of the military strategist seemed to be similar to what Chen Pingan said before. The man said, in terms of resilience and courage, you are not even as good as Chen Pingan. I was speechless for the rest of my life. Chen Pingan was helpless. After all, he was of high seniority and had been imprisoned for 10,000 years. He had just been released after serving his sentence, so he just needed to say a few words. According to the previous agreement, the first ancestor of the military strategist took back 3 martial arts fortunes from Yu Shiwu, but he had to ensure that Yu Shiwu's soul and memory were not harmed. As for the physical body, he should try to preserve it as much as possible. If this matter is difficult, he would not force it. The man smiled and said, boy, my name is Yu Shiwu, right? I'm going to suffer a little physical pain. Does it hurt you? Yu Shiwu's scalp was numb and he suddenly felt something bad. He subconsciously turned to look at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan felt helpless. Look at what I do. Can I handle this kind of thing for you? The man clicked his tongue and said, I think this kid is as weak as a girl. I will get my martial arts back later. The movement in the human world is neither big nor small, but if you can't bear it, your heart will collapse on the spot. Wouldn't it cause me to break the contract, Chen Dajiangxian? If you say something ugly, then Yu Shiwu's soul will be scattered, who cares? I do have a magical power, named Bridge, which can lead and transfer spiritual consciousness, one immortal realm, one nascent soul realm. Conservative, it is estimated that Chen Dajiangxian can help Yu Shiwu share at least 2/3 of his feelings. Chen Pingan was dumbfounded. How could even the voice of his soul be heard? Yu Shiwu had already started to express his thanks with clasped fists, not giving Chen Dajiangxian a chance to say no. I am so grateful that I would like to thank you here. Chen Pingan stared at Yu Shiwu, but his lips moved slightly, seemingly saying nothing. Yu Shiwu could understand that he was cursing someone. Just pretend you don't understand. The man raised his hand, hooked his fingers, and pulled out a golden rope as thick as his thumb from the center of Yu Shiwu's eyebrows. With a flick of his fingers, he threw it to Chen Pingan, and reminded him, Are you two ready? Although Yu Shiwu was on tenterhooks, he still performed Bugang, stepped on the fighting, and pinched the Taoist formula. He held his breath and concentrated, and quietly mobilized his whole Buddhist spiritual energy to protect the Qi Chi palaces. Chen Pingan moved his right foot, stretched his body, set up his fists, and then closed his eyes to rest. The man ignored him and just waved his hand, calling Yu Shiwu's head back to the bridge. The lower half of his body that had fallen to the ground stood up on its own. Between the head and the lower body, countless golden threads spread, intersecting up and down, and weaving together in an instant. The rudimentary form of the internal organs and the like, and the arms grew naturally, not only the immortal magic of bones and flesh, but also a pure golden heart. Every time it beats, a wave of Taoist rhyme flows. The whole body, a temporarily skinless skeleton, is exactly what Taoism calls golden branches and jade leaves. The man smiled and said, You have been responsible for the 3 martial arts fortunes for many years. You have no merit but hard work. Since you don't have a good destiny as a martial artist, I will settle for the next best thing and give you a fortune from the immortal family. Seeing Shanzhu Chen's miserable appearance, Yu Shiwu felt uneasy after all. The man guessed Yu Shiwu's thoughts and sneered, "You can't accept the things I give you if you don't want to. If you don't believe it, just give it a try. After a few days, you can easily reach the upper 5 realms. Let's see how to take away this opportunity. If you can do it, it counts on your ability." The man glanced sideways at Chen Pingan. "If you were just a pure martial artist, your income would only be double that of Yu Shiwu. Even if as a Taoist priest, I can teach you a few more Taoist methods, but since you are a scholar, it's hard to tell. Who wouldn't be willing to be a good person who is rewarded for being good? Since you have taken over this matter, you must have the consciousness to cut off your hands and feet. I consider myself a scholar and like to reason with heaven and earth. How can I do it without paying some price?" Chen Pingan remained silent and took a long breath. A pair of eyes gradually turned golden, and there was a tug-of-war in the heart of the Tao. It was no longer the balance of power that was hard to maintain, and there seemed to be signs of trying to defeat a mountain and falling short of success. The whole heaven and earth glowed with a pure golden color, which was Taoism. Seeing this strange scene, the man looked indifferent. What kind of battle had he not seen thousands of years ago? What's more, in the ancient times, he was either a participant or the initiator of several truly great battles. The man flicked his wrist, and a weapon appeared in his hand. As soon as this object came out, a night-sailing ship sank to the bottom of the sea on the spot, like a ball of cotton falling into a piece of iron. In the Lotus Root Temple built under the water in Qingmingxiangxia, thousands of years ago, Tao Zu personally set up the formation, used the Dadu water transport to suppress the military movement, and at the same time imprisoned the divine soldiers, breaking the formation with a spear. The man gently raised his feet and stepped on the ground, raised his arms, pointed the tip of his spear at Chen Pingan with golden eyes, and said with a smile, "Quickly reveal a true body that is almost perfect. I have been waiting for this moment. Killing the new 14th realm is just a hot shot, just an appetizer. What I really want to kill is you. Half of Luoluo Mountain. When I set foot here, the long river of time has flowed backwards. Now there is a whirlpool in the water where time has stagnated. I want to see who will save you, who can save you. Turning back time, Taoism is as high as Taoist ancestors. Leaving the world of Qingming can only turn back the long river of time in Haoran. There will still be few 14th realm in charge of this continent's mountains and rivers. However, it is not difficult for the ancestor of the military strategist who has just recovered most of his power to just take an immortal sword cultivator and travel back in time for a moment. When the vacancies in the temple are filled and the dogs are beaten, I will go to heaven and make another trip to heaven. The Taoist ancestors have to pay off their old debts, but I am a different kind. I have a meticulous hand, so who else would be better than me?" When the ancestor of the military strategist spoke, Chen Pingan's heart was cut off from the world of fire and scorching fire. Those who make bird cages will eventually become birds in cages. The first ancestor of the military strategist was imprisoned in the fire in ancient times. The stars showed a bright red color. The imperial guards of all countries in the world had to stare at this star that controlled the war year after year. Many imperial edicts issued by emperors and kings in history were at least superficially caused by the astronomical visions caused by Yinghua. Ordinary people don't quite understand the seriousness of a sinful edict. To put it simply, as the emperor, who is the most respected person in the world, he is tantamount to telling the world that he believes that he is not worthy of the throne and that he is an illegitimate child. The first ancestor of the military strategist smiled and said, "Using the art of war to attack the heart and attack the city is the perfect match for victory. It is perfect to use it here to deal with you." One shot pierced through several robes on Chen Pingan's body and stabbed his heart. The spear was so powerful that the tip of the spear instantly showed through his back vest. The man gently twisted the wrist holding the gun, stirred his broken heart, and said jokingly, "My brain is all muddled. I think about it over and over again. It seems that I shouldn't have taken action against you in a hurry. Then I'll see if you shout for the sake of my seniors, I will teach you for free the truth that thousands of ancient seekers sacrificed their lives for. There are some things that are unreasonable. Reasoning itself is unreasonable." Chenpingan remained motionless, just looking down at the ancient seal inscription on the gun body. It seemed to be a complete Taoist book. The man clicked his tongue and marveled, as expected of an unintentional and a high-ranking person, he will remain unscathed unless his golden body is completely destroyed, his divine way is shattered, his incense is cut off, and he is reduced to sourceless water. With the help of 2 flawless hands, Feijian, how did I raise you to be such a monster? I'll give you more power, more killing moves, and then let you run around, and you'll still be able to survive? No wonder Zhou Zi wants to keep an eye on you, and as soon as he gets the handle, he'll let you go. You will meet an irreparable end. The man's eyes were complicated and he spoke with deep meaning, as if it was difficult to determine the praise or criticism. Chenpingan, you know how to cherish yourself. Yu Shiwu gritted his teeth and wanted to stop him. But just by being glanced at by the man, Yu Shiwu turned into a burst of ashes, floating between heaven and earth so quietly. The next moment, the ashes seemed to rekindle, and a grain of fire gathered into a ball again. Yu Shiwu reshaped his body by the river, and wanted to rush to the bridge again. His soul dispersed again, and reunited, and Yu Shiwu once again acted like a worm shaking the tree. Action! Chenpingan shook his head at Yu Shiwu, indicating that there was no need to waste such efforts and that he could just protect himself for the time being. Among the several demon race chi practitioners detained here, only Shao Xing tried to move closer to the bridge, but the man flicked his fingers in the distance, causing a loud bang, and his flesh and blood were shattered on the spot. In addition, the sword cultivator Cao Cao and the female cultivator Xian Zhao were watching from afar on the Shinto steps. Considering their situation and their relationship with Yingguan, it would be prudent not to take advantage of them. The woman who used the pseudonym Yu Qing tried to secretly contact the young Taoist priest wearing a lotus crown, but to no avail. She didn't want to take risks herself and looked at the long bridge by the water. Because the ancestor of the military strategist painted the ground as a prison, the formation separated the heaven and the earth, and a voice could not break through the door, just like surging and swirling outside the house. It was Lu Xianyang who yelled angrily, calling the military ancestor by his first name, Jiangxi, "Do you think I'm dead? Stop now." Chenpingan wanted to remind Lu Xianyang a few words from his heart, but the words from his heart were forced to manifest themselves into a string of words, which seemed to break against a wall and turned into golden light scattered. The man here looked calm and said with a smile, "The Lu family boy, as a sword cultivator, actually used a mother-in-law to blackmail others. Is his method a little too despicable?" Lu Xianyang suddenly showed his unstinting temper. "You bitch. Do you want to be a guest like this? You want some face. Your grandpa Lu doesn't study much and has a bad temper. If you dare to kill Chenpingan, I will kill you." Taoist companion. The man is not that nervous. His Taoist companion is not bad in cultivation. He may not have enough killing power, but his life-preserving skills are top-notch. He just inevitably had doubts. It was strange that Bai Jing and the others should not know what was going on here. Everyone in the Ascension realm was kept in the dark. How could Lu Xianyang, the Earth Immortal, see the truth? Xiao Mo is Chenpingan's dead man, so Bai Jing can be regarded as marrying a chicken and following a chicken, marrying a dog and following a dog. The two sword cultivators teamed up to set up a formation so that Jiangxi could not know the real scene there. I did make a good friend. Jiang Shi looked playful and said, "You should study for a few days while he concentrates on practicing swordsmanship." The man rubbed his chin. It was somewhat understandable that Lu Xianyang was young and acted recklessly, but if Bai Jing and Xiao Mo joined forces with him, then this matter would never be over. On the Hongqiao corridor of Lingxi City, Bai Jing was the most embarrassed, because she was not human inside and out, and she was unpleasing to both sides. She held on to the mink hat with both hands and pretended not to know anything, which was unprecedented. Just now, Lu Xianyang burst into a rage for no apparent reason. He pulled out his sword on the spot, put it on the woman's shoulder, and said harsh words, "Jiang Shi has murderous intentions. I can't break the formation for the time being, so I have to lend you your head. It serves as a stepping stone." Xiao Mo was indifferent and began to draw his breath silently, preparing to lift up and issue a sword. "I don't care who you are." This was the way it was done 10,000 years ago, and there is no reason to make an exception after 10,000 years. Xiago turned his back to them and muttered something to himself. The woman did not show any fear, instead she was smiling. She raised her and moved the long sword on her shoulder to her neck. "We are fighting on the top of the mountain, studying Taoism, and the slightest difference can make a difference of thousands of miles. Later, Lu Jianxian will cut off the head with a sweep of his sword. When you raise your head to see that guy, don't lose the hairpin in the bun on your head. This is the token of love between me and him." Lu Xianyang narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "It's easy to say anything about the deceased. The sword intention and murderous intention are definitely not fake." The woman asked curiously, "The name Jiang Shi is a common taboo among several people in the world. Logically speaking, you should not know it." Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Taoist on the mountain, who hasn't mastered the basic skills? For example, your cicada shedding magical power is more difficult for me to hunt down." The woman pretended to be surprised and said, "Do you know such secrets? Is your husband the most holy teacher or the young master?" Lu Xianyang said, "This world is no better than you were 10,000 years ago. Knowledge is everywhere. It's not unusual to know a little more. As for swordsmanship, it all depends on contemplation." Xiago said dully, 5 words, don't take it lightly. Lu Xianyang's swordsmanship is very weird. It is not a skill in the Tao. Xiago said, "Brother Lu, we are all friends, and we are all on a first-come, first-served basis." Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "I understand. As long as Bai Jing can stay on both sides today, Xiago and I will still be friends in the future." It wasn't until this moment that the woman restrained her casual mood and sighed, "I really miss those days. Thousands of years ago, the far-traveling Taoist priests on the human earth each had their own Taoist qi, like stars and twinkling fires, and most of them were happy and grudges. Meeting each other on the road, if we don't talk to each other, if we don't agree with each other on the road, we can either say goodbye or fight to the death, which is very convenient. If there is a rapport, a few words can be enough to entrust your life." Jiang Shi withdrew the spear and shook it, casually dispersing the remaining Shinto aura. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Shi. My Taoist name is Yuanshan. My aunt's name is Wuyan. My Taoist name is Land Immortal." She has a very good relationship with Bai Jing. They originated from the Taoist name and they never got to know each other without fighting. The hole in Chen Pingan's chest was repaired by itself. A pair of golden eyes stared at the ancestor of the military strategist who had completely changed his aura. He smiled and said, "Then let me introduce you to my seniors. My surname is Chen Pingan. My ancestral home is Longquan, Dali, the Taoist temple is Luo Luoshan, and the pseudonyms are Chao Mo, Do Yi, and Chen Haoran. I have prepared a Taoist name called Invincible Hand, and I plan to use it in other places in the future." Jiang Shi smiled. Is it because of his divinity, or is this kid just so lively? Jiangshi glanced at one place from the corner of his eye. There are two secret realms. Even the habitat of your Taoist body can be seen at a glance, and your trump card is forced to be revealed. How can you still have the leisure to protect that dojo? Or is he a serious Taoist priest? Judging from his posture and the flow of his Taoist energy, he is a disciple and grandson of Yu Xian's lineage. It is a matter of loyalty to others when entrusted by them. Chen Pingon put his left hand behind his back, made a fist with his right hand, and rubbed his fingers, gently moving the palms of his hands. Besides, my intuition tells me that it doesn't seem like it's time to risk my life. When a lion fights a rabbit, you should use all your strength. There is no need to cut the flesh with a blunt knife and gradually exploit the enemy's strength. If your senior really wants to kill me, he will definitely kill me with one blow and leave quickly. Senior, this world has also been implicated to pieces by your harmony. Now I can see it in my Taoist mind. Now can I open the skylight and speak frankly? Finally, successfully regaining all his martial luck, the man was in high spirits and said to himself, "Embroidered Tiger Chui Chang, you saved me a lot of trouble. Thank you." In the main hall and temple of the ancestral court of the Howran military family, the man named Jiang, who occupies the chief position of the martial arts temple and has been eating Shinto incense for nearly 10,000 years, is actually not that easy to deal with. He couldn't fight all the way up the mountain and demolish the martial arts temple. Bai Jing intentionally or unintentionally did not explain to the young swordsman named Lu Xianying why Taoist priests in the 14th realm of the world were so powerful thousands of years ago. The mystery was only contained in the 4 words, incense and fire Taoist fruit. In today's world, people's hearts are mixed, and the incense offered in major temples is almost only for the self. How can it be said to be pure, let alone the thousands of curling incense gathered together to produce the supreme Taoist fruit? Jiang Shi, the ancestor of the military strategist, now has a somewhat delicate relationship with the martial temple and the ancestral court. In a sense, Jiang Shi was sidelined. The world's military fortunes are given in name but not in reality. This is a dam that prevents floods from breaking out. Once Jiang Shi's 10,000-year sentence is over, Jiang Shi will immediately take complete control of a small half of the human world. Jiang Shi was not too narrow-minded to complain about this matter and made some slanderous remarks. If he were the founder of the 3 religions, if he were to put himself in his shoes, he would have to eradicate the roots back then. Why should he be locked up for 10,000 years if his merits and demerits are not equal to each other? Just beat him to death completely and avoid any future troubles. Qingming Tianxi has 2 sides, by Yujing, or to be precise, the second headmaster Yu Do did not stop this matter. Knowing that he had arrived at his own territory, Yu Do didn't even show up from beginning to end. He just led the group of famous generals in history, Taoist officials, to do his own thing. Instead, Yu Do notified the Lotus Root Temple in advance, which was regarded as a Baiyujing decree, and the meaning was not ambiguous at all. Items should be returned to their original owners. If you are unwilling to hand them over, remember to bear the consequences. If Yu Do had appeared 3,000 years earlier, there would have been at least one more candidate among the 10 great men in the ancient world and 4 candidates. The so-called candidates at that time, the young master and the 3 mountains and 9 lords, were not because they were incompetent, but because there were certain things that were first come, first served. This was called merit in the world. And among the 10 Taoist priests who were among the heroes, there was no distinction between them. It is true that no one cared about this at the beginning. If a sergeant attains enlightenment, he will die if he dies. Why do you still care about this? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi gloated and said, "It's not good to offend anyone, but I want to offend Yu Do. What do you think? Relying on your identity, acting on your own initiative, and hitting the stone with an egg. Is it fun? Chen Pingan said calmly, outsiders don't talk about the chessboard, but watching the chessboard doesn't say anything about a true gentleman. Jiang Shi smiled and said, I am very much looking forward to this question of swordsmanship. Let's wait and see. Chen Pingan asked, You don't care here? Jiang Shi asked, It is only natural for a host to entertain his guests. Does he still need the guests to help clear the table and clear away the leftovers? Chen Pingan said expressionlessly, It sounds very reasonable. Jiang Shi said, Stop talking nonsense and continue talking in another place. Apart from this business, there are other important things to discuss. It seems that the ancestor of the military strategist has made up his mind to stand up with a light break, even if he sends away the host who has spent countless resources and efforts. Jiang Shi waved his sleeves, and the Shao shape returned to its original appearance, leaving the latter with lingering fear. Chen Pingan nodded towards her. Shao Xing grinned, could he sleep on the chime? Ignoring her, Chen Pingan withdrew his mind and body from a mustard seed and returned to the clean room in Lingxi City on the night ship. Jiang Shi and Chen Pingan almost simultaneously told their Taoist companions and close friends that it was okay. The woman smiled brightly and tapped the tip of the sword with both fingers. Lu Jianxian. Withdrawing his sword, Lu Xianyang cupped his fists and said with a playful smile, Senior, I have offended you so much. The woman asked, Can your swordsmanship really break the cicada slew technique? Lu Xianyang laughed and said, You don't make drafts when you are bragging. If you can't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Xiago said, Trace back to the source, swim upstream, wait for the rabbit, hide in advance, chop it out with a sword, cover your head and cover your face, you will be unable to prevent it and you will die. The bottom line is that he feels that he has a close affinity with you, Luo Shan, and he feels that you have similar opportunities to him when he was young. He just wants you, a young man who has been working hard, to in this chaotic world where no one can stop it, if you can take a step back, stay out of it, and watch the fire from the other side for hundreds of years, with the two foundations you have laid in cultivation and martial arts, and the wealth you have accumulated, even if you become a ghost after the war, 100 years later, whether it is a false reputation or real benefits, it should be yours and will still be yours. It is far better than risking your life, and affecting your Taoist heart. So much relief. Chen Pingan frowned and thought. Jiang Shi smiled and said, The outside world thinks that you are pushed to a certain position by various situations. For example, Qi Jingchen has placed hope on Wang Zhu. As a junior brother, you have to protect her, and you have to stand in front of Chen Qinglu. There are many things like this, and you will only know better than me. But my view is different from that of most people. I think you are very free. Chen Pingan, with drooping eyebrows, had his hands in his sleeves. He was seriously injured and naturally in low spirits. When he heard the last sentence, Chen Pingan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Words from a confidant. Jiang Shi said, Do you understand now why I said that? Chen Pingan nodded and said, That sentence is as good as a wine bowl. The bowl is here, but the wine is there. Probably our respective lives and stories. A person who knows how to truly love himself is never a selfish person. A drunkard and a drunkard are two different things. Only Xiao Mo went to the room and called, Master. Without looking at Jiang Shi, he picked a chair and sat at the door. Jiang Shi smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, after you have had a good sleep, will you have another fight with me after you wake up? Don't be timid. Xiao Mo ignored it and just sat upright, closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Shi had friends all over the world, and he and Bixiao Cave Master often drank together and talked about Taoism. One time when I visited Luobaotan, I wanted to talk about some serious things besides drinking. It is said that the guy in front of me, who had changed into a yellow hat and blue shoes, had just left the Luobayan dojo and left the Bixiao cave master. In a word, that little master, no matter how good he is in fighting, he is still a human being, so I am afraid of him. The woman also walked over slowly, but Lu Xianyang was worried and appeared out of thin air. So only Xiago actually went to Lingxi City to find a casserole stall, thinking about whether to pack a portion for Xiaomo to take back. Chen Pingan asked, "What do we want to discuss?" Jiang Shi gave the Taoist companion a look. Wu Yan remained silent and glared angrily at him. "Are you still a man?" Jiang Shi looked embarrassed and said, "What should I say? If I had known earlier, I would have discussed this matter first and then retrieved my martial luck." Xiao Imo said, "You too, if you haven't thought about what to say, don't say anything. Don't disturb the young master until you have thought about it." Jiang Shi rarely felt so aggrieved. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, Okay, it's nothing to be so big-eyed and small-eyed. Let me start by saying that Jiang Shi and Wu Yan once had a beloved daughter who they loved and doted on. She was an excellent Taoist child. The extremely young Earth Immortal has excellent qualifications and is outstanding. She has a bright future. Although she has a lofty ideal, she has a gentle personality and treats people. She is probably 100 times better than Jiang Shi. Once they reach the sky, Jiang Shi and the others will be better. Well, the daughter was entrusted to her friend by Jing to take care of her. The woman became more and more curious. This young swordsman seemed to be very familiar with those old almanacs that no one cared about. Chen Pingan asked, "Did something go wrong during this war?" Since Bai Jing is the first chi practitioner to reach heaven on a certain path, and he is so eager to kill, Bai Jing has completely forgotten that he still needs to take care of that woman. Xiao Mo remembered something and shook his head and said, "The problem is not the most dangerous battle to reach the sky, but the internal strife that followed. I don't know the specific details and process. I only know that she died and disappeared." Bai Jing was seriously injured and the road was severely damaged. Jiang Shi said, "That is to say, some old demons died early, otherwise it would not be Zhou Zhou's turn to chew up their real bodies to mend their Tao. Fortunately, there is an old immortal who has just risen to the Tao, and he is not dead yet. This title should not have been inherited by him through opportunism. He should have been replaced a long time ago. I heard that he is very prosperous in the wilderness now. Very good, very good." The woman was sad and said softly, "The souls are all in pieces." Fortunately, a monk came to the rescue and helped to gather them together. Chen Pingan looked expressionless and asked, "Her reincarnation is Pei Qian, right?" Jiang Shi, the ancestor of the military strategist, once led a large group of sword cultivators and demon cultivators to fight against the founder of the three religions, and another catastrophe occurred. We first met at Donghaiguan Taoist Temple, the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The local god is the master of Bixiao Cave who was born in the demon clan. Moreover, the old temple master has a good relationship with Xiao Mo and Jiang Shi. Pei Qian was able to see through people's hearts when he was young. On one occasion, he was even able to see through the magic formations of the Taiping Mountain Patriarch. Note, Chapter 358, Crossing the Bridge and Mountaineering. In fact, it was the old temple master who did it intentionally, and reversed the reality of the great sun hanging high in the blessed land, and had his own arrangement. Note, Chapter 322, the old Taoist priest at the wellhead. Let's just say that in Hure town on the border of Daquan dynasty in Tongisao, Zhonyang joked with Chen Pingan one time and exposed Xiao Haitan's trick. The woman admired Pei Qian at such a young age and said that the little girl was really good at making things up. She lied about being the princess living among the people in the capital. She even tricked several experienced police officers into escorting Pei Qian all the way. Qian swaggers back to the inn. Note, Chapter 339, Weird Men and Weird Dreams. The Empress Buried River Goddess also saw something unusual about Pei Qian. Note, Chapter 346, The Master explains the order. The water forms the golden elixir. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there is a female sword fairy called Zhou Qing. When she sees Xiao Haiden, she becomes happy. Her green eyes are drawn together, and she is given an opportunity. In addition, on top of the city, Pei Qian felt that his eyes would hurt if he looked at the boss sword immortal one more time. Note, Chapter 609, Lest I have a big dream. Jiang Shi looked strange and hesitated to speak. The woman said, according to Bixiao Taoist friend's explanation, our daughter's soul was handed over to the Haoran Confucian temple by the monks to help protect it, with good intentions, so that Jiang Shi and I would not reappear in the world, make a big fuss, and start another war. Bixiao Dao the friend said something that was probably a word of comfort. He said, everything yesterday is like dying yesterday, and everything today is like living today. He also said that the Confucian temple was done very authentically. It is the old scholar who has to take the huge risks. If Qin Pingan did not become today's Qin Pingan, and Pei Qian did not become today's Pei Qian, so we may have to miss something. At this point, the woman asked tentatively, Mr. Qin, should we call her over? Qin Pingan's eyes were gloomy. Lu Xianyang was no stranger to this scene, and it was precisely because it happened so rarely that he remembered it deeply. If the conversation continues like this, one of them might actually turn against each other. She also felt that she had made a mistake. Nan Yan explained, the main reason is that we are afraid of seeing her and know too much. We still don't know which sentence to use as an opening statement. It is not wrong. Jiang Shi is rough and has always been stupid. We and the couple discussed it all the way. But nothing useful came out of the conversation. We have already met her at the lotus flower blessed land next to the master of Bixiao Cave. The woman knew that the atmosphere was not right, so she plucked up the courage to say, we like both daughters very much. Jiang Shi likes Pei Qian more now, but she has always refused to admit it. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the chair tightly, and said softly, Pei Qian is a beggar, not an abandoned child. She is not a scumbag on the road of cultivation, something that can be thrown away. She is not an orphan either. She met me because she has master, a person with a family. Jiang Shi wanted to say something, but the woman beside him panicked and quickly stopped him, grabbing his arm. Qin Pingan also raised his head and glanced at him. Jiang Shi suppressed his temper and kept silent. Qin Pingan was silent for a moment and said, let me think about how to talk to Pei Qian about this. I will try to give you an answer before we dock and disembark. Jiang Shi nodded, cupped his fists and said, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The woman bowed her head as a courtesy and said, I am extremely grateful. They left the house together. Lu Xianyang and Xiaomao also left and found the girl in the mink hat at the roadside stall. Lu Xianyang slapped Xiago on the back of the head and cursed with a smile, eat, 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 you know how to eat. Shopkeeper, give me 2 more, make it spicy. Qin Pingan sat alone in the house, with light filtering through the window. Qin Pingan put his hands in his sleeves and stared blankly at the streaks of light and particles of dust. If Pei Qian is the daughter of their couple, that would be great. No matter how uncomfortable Qin Pingan feels, it is always a very happy thing. But when he thought of Pei Qian's Dao roots, Qin Pingan. Raising his head and leaning on the back of the chair, Qin Pingan gently beat his heart, feeling a little depressed. He once promised Pei Qian, good or bad, whether it was praise or reprimand, reminder or suggestion, as a master, he would never lie to her. So how should I tell her, pretending to be relaxed so that she doesn't have to worry about it? Or should we make an exception, avoid the important issues and ignore them? A person with a good memory is a double-edged sword. Chen Pingan and Pei Qian, master and apprentice, happen to be the kind of people with good memories. Chen Pingan still remembers some of Pei Qian's words when he was a child, word for word. Thinking back to those days, on the long journey, Xiao Haiden let out a cry and said with a smile, "Dad, if I go out alone in the future, where can I find a good person like you?" Inexplicably, she became her father's traveling swordsman. She smiled and didn't say anything at the time, just called her whatever she wanted. Sorrow comes to visit, regardless of the age of the host. Little girls also have little girl sorrows.